Hello everyone, my name's Kane, and welcome back to more Final Fantasy 16. Last time we finally destroyed a second Mother Crystal. Also got to see Jill use Shiva a lot more, and yeah. This time, not only are we going to potentially continue story, hopefully, but this time we're going to start with side quest. Because, there are some side quests that opened up at the end of the last time, so let's go ahead and see them now.
Oh, bother. Whatever am I to do now, Clive?
I don't know.
What?
I've 2 dresses that need stitching, but I haven't got a scrap of linen. Those girls' rags are so threadbare. It's a wonder they don't fall to pieces.
Hmm.
And we most certainly cannot have that. A certain amount of decorum must be maintained, even here at the hideaway. You wouldn't want the poor things going without decent clothes now, would you?
Yeah. Of course not.
Of course not. What can I do to help?
Oh, aren't you a dear? You see, I've paid for 2 bolts of cloth from the drapers in Northreach, blue and red.
Alright.
Deliver, not to places that aren't on the map anyway, so I'll need someone to take this receipt and collect them.
And you'd have this someone be me.
I would. And don't let them fob you off with anything less than what I paid for. 1 bolt of blue and 1 of red. I expect them both.
Alright. Cut from the cloth. Alright. Yeah. But first, we gotta look at stuff.
We must be ready to leave for Rosalith at a moment's notice.
First off, let me check you.
List, do you? Anything
Oh.
catch your eye?
Okay, it's just on the...
Welcome
On with
to the
us.
Patron's Whisper.
Any
Here's
new
everything We've
items?
received and everything promised.
A rose is a rose, the orchestrion mech.
All done?
Need a lot of them. A lot of the things. Hey, Nectar. That's about Hans.
Do you know that every hard step you take, Kubo, every crystal cracked, every friend made, every enemy felled, the Cursebreakers are expanding their operations? Which means bears are being freed and more slayers being punished, but it also means more bullets for the board, Kubo.
Interesting. So does that mean... Indeed, there are more. Oh. Severian and Sekret. While Minotaurs have long dwelled in mountainous regions of Rosaria, it is only recently that they have come down from the highlands to hunt in the swamps surrounding Martha's Rest. Among their numbers, one whose sheer size is suggested to be Chieftain, who appears to be spearheading the push south. He must be stopped, lest the beastmen develop designs on the rest proper. And Severian, a particularly belligerent breed of Echo, has recently awakened amid the fallen ruins near Martha's Rest. It is known to activate on the approach of any human, armed or unarmed, and sets about them with a burning jet that has already reduced much of the surrounding marshland to ash. This is one Echo that the Curse Breakers would fain see forever silenced. I guess we can take on some of these guys once we get the side quest here. There's one all the way back there. I will beat you there. It's just a hop, skip, and a jump away. Alright, here we are. You there! Nigel.
Sid, I know that when we came to the hideaway,
Nice
we
hat.
chose to let go of our past in order that we might focus on our future.
Yeah?
We did?
Nonetheless, I was wondering if... Well, I know you are from Rosaria, and I'm in need of someone with intimate knowledge of those lands.
What do you need?
Apparently, the duchy is home to all manner of curative herbs found nowhere else in the realm. Among them is a flower called a Morganbeard that increases the potency of lesser medicines.
I can't say that I've had much practice healing. My youth was spent in the Bailey.
A shame. You see, the hideaway relies heavily upon medicines procured from afar. And when those shipments are late, well, it's our sick who suffer. If we could find this flower and learn to grow it here, we might save many lives.
Alrighty.
However, as you are well aware, Imperial occupation has rendered the roads unsafe for those like me, untrained in the military arts. Now, I'm not asking the busiest man in the hideaway to drop everything and make the journey
Sorry.
for me, but if you happen to be in the duchy on other business...
Tell me more of these Morganbeards. I want to hear it.
Tell me of these Morganbeards, then.
But of course, if my old tomes are to be believed, the flowers are bright yellow and as large as goblins' eyes. Oh, and they grow in the marshes of Sorrowwise.
All right.
If I am to propagate them here in the backyard, I will require several samples, preferably of blooms which have already gone to seed. And before I forget, I do seem to recall learning in the course of my research that their odor has the tendency to attract unsavory creatures.
Oh.
Nothing you cannot handle, though, I'm sure.
All right. Thanks for at least the warning in advance. The root of the problem. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and make for outside. So Martha's Rest is the blooms, and this one is. Let's get this one first. We haven't been to Northreach in a while. It feels like. And in terms of story, we haven't been here in terms of, in like 5 years, I'm pretty sure. I hope Isabella's still doing good, at least.
Let's hope the Draper has Hortense's cloth.
You, over there! Hi.
Might I interest you in some swansdown? Perhaps some seersucker or herringbone?
Cloth.
Just some linen. 2 bolts. Already paid for in full.
This. May I please?
Apologies, my lord.
Eh?
But your items aren't here.
What do you mean?
They were due to arrive on a caravan from Bucklad, but there's been little traffic on the road these past few days.
Oh.
My mother thinks it might be bandits, but she always thinks it's bandits.
It usually is. So I assume the caravan will be coming from the south.
Yes, hopefully carrying all manner of spice and sundries. Wait, you aren't thinking of...
I'll be back.
Going to find it. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Oh, well then, be safe?
Yeah. I just like how confused she is. It's like, oh, okay. I guess. She's not like opposed to it. She's just very confused. Wait. Okay, I was about to say, is Jill with us? No, she was just hiding behind the wood planks. A lot of items here. Ambrosia! I need you, girl. Beat her up! Oh, and these things are angry at me now. Run! Who knows, maybe we'll come across one of those monsters while we're here. I doubt it, but who knows? Anything can happen. Maybe. I don't know. I just like riding on my chocobo. Can I ride through this? Yes, I can. I was slightly worried. Well, I see our destination. Thank you, Ambrosia. So, what's the problem here?
That damn bird's a menace.
What?
Who's gonna buy my wares now? State your animals left them in.
But they hardly damage us all.
What's going on?
There's something wrong.
If you're a bandit come to steal my stuff, you're gonna be sorely disappointed. And all thanks to this fool.
Well, I'm not a bandit, so...
It was you who stepped into my path.
Only after that featherbrain trampled me,
Why do you remind me of...
I demand recompense. Be it in coin or the items you carry. Refuse, and I shall report you to the garrison and see you hanged.
These goods are expected in Northreach. I mean, they're not mine to give away.
You wouldn't happen to be on your way from Bucklad, would you?
I am, but did someone from the market send you? Please, you have to help me. I can pay whatever you ask.
So the fool has protection. And coin, too. Sorry, friend, but we'll be the ones taking it. Oi! Killer! It's time to collect!
Eh?
I told you not to call me that. And we'd have already collected if you hadn't insisted we'd put on this little act.
Oh, boy.
Bandits!
No.
One of your customers it usually is. Let's get this over with.
Alright, come on, big boy.
I'll deal with the bird lover. You take the handsome one, killer.
Don't like your employer much, buddy? You know, if you stop fighting me, I'm willing to let you go. I'll even help you take down the other guy if he's annoying you so much. It's all up to you, buddy. Until then, though, I'm gonna keep swinging. Just like you are. Didn't need to use all that. Fire! Lightning. An elemental barrage. Nope. Down. And lightning. See ya. Enemy slain. All right. Give me a second. Apologies for the sun jump cut. Mother called and wanted to say how I liked the new thing that she got me.
All right. You made your point. Killer my ass.
Are you the same guy? Yeah.
No, thankfully. He seemed intent on letting the bandit do his dirty work for him, and he would have succeeded had the Great Lender not sent you. My shipment is safe, and my livelihood with it. You must allow me to reward you.
We can speak of that once you're safe in Northreach. I'll accompany you there.
Yeah. Safer in numbers, right? So, the only thing I really need from you, buddy, is 2 cloths. 1 red, 1 blue.
So you and my mother were right. It is always bandits.
Yeah?
And were it not for the kindness of our free sword here, you'd be buying your order back from them at twice the price.
Huh?
Now, if you don't mind, I have a pressing appointment at the Vale before my return to Boklad. Farewell.
Bye. Wait. On second thoughts, I don't want to think about that.
I
Anyways,
suppose you'll be wanting your linen.
yeah.
You'll be happy to know both bolts arrived safely along with the rest of the delivery.
I know, I
I've also
helped.
added a few extra lengths of our finest fabrics to the bundle.
Ooh,
Free of charge.
thanks. This'll help out,
Are you sure?
My mother would insist. It's the least we can do for the man who saved our shipment.
Aw. Well, thank you.
Now it's back to Hortense with her cloth.
But first, we search for the other thing first. World map. Back to Martha's Rest. It also sounds like 2 of the notorious monsters. I want to... My mind is stuck in Xenoblade thoughts because I keep wanting to call it unique monsters. You know, actually, hold on. I need to speak about that. Speaking of Xenoblade, the voice actor for Ultima, I knew it sounded familiar. It's the same as for Zed in Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I thought it was. Because it sounded way too similar. I like it. It's just, it's funny to me. that it's the same guy. And kind of interesting, like...
Thank you for sticking with us.
Quite the...
So we're still here.
What's the word I'm looking for? It's quite interesting or whatever that I have to be playing 2 games of which have that one same voice actor. Again, I just knew as soon as I heard his voice, it's like, I've heard this voice before. I know this voice. Sure enough, I did. Ambrosia! I need you, girl.
Come on.
We ride! To dawn! Very foggy.
Thanks, girl.
Is this the unique? It is. Sorry, Notorious. Severian. Let's go. Is level 30. Whoa! He's fast. And it's, of course, this thing that I'm not good at fighting. Ow. Heal me, boy! Uh-oh. Get it! Ow. Healing. I need to focus. Focus. No talking. Just dance. Dance with the enemy. Sorry if I get quiet for a second. Down. Tear him up. Gotcha. Now burn with me. Eradicate. I don't know how you missed me, but that's cool. Eradicate. Get it! Ow. Hey! It healed up? It pushed me out of the arena! What do you mean? That's not fair. It pushed me out of the arena. Why should I be punished for that? That's bull. And you know it, game. Come on. Nope. Think starting to understand it better. Eradicate. I messed that up horribly. Let me get comfy real quick. Eradicate. Down. Shoot. Heal. Ah! Holy crap. Got it. Electrum.
To the ruins it came, and to ruin it returns.
My body is in ruins. Ambrosia, please carry me for a little bit.
The marshes near the Abbey are certainly damp. Let's see if they're damp enough for Morganbeards.
Hi there. Stab. And...
Ow, my ear. Itch.
Okay, the reason I did that is I wanted to see if you could heal with it, and you could. At first, I didn't think you could. That's why I stopped it early, but it actually looks like you can. A bit of a weird way of using it, admittedly, but...
Certainly wasn't wrong about them being attracted to the flowers, though.
Burn. Down. Burn. How? Down. Cut you up! Ow! I need healing items. Holy crap. Open. Some goblin coins. Take that.
Bright yellow. These are our Morgan beards, all right.
Yeah.
Well,
Yoink.
there's something familiar about this scent. It reminds me of home.
Oh. Last one.
Hopefully this will be enough. I've had my fill of goblins.
I'm willing to fight the other notorious monsters. Stop calling them unique, Skaden. What the heck? Oh, I was about to say, what are the 1 and 2 icons next to the hideaway? It's the quest that I have marked. Anyways, I was saying I will do the others, but I think first I should turn in these side quests before I do that. So you.
Clive, sorry again for sending you all that way. But you did get my order, didn't you?
A little extra
Don't
too.
worry. I have it. I believe this will more than satisfy your needs.
Bundle of cloth. A little extra.
Let's see here. 1 bolt of red, 1 bolt of blue. What's this? I don't recall ordering any silk or velvet or... Is this gold work? Krieger's ghost. If that devilet of a draper expects me to pay for these...
You needn't worry on that score, Hortense. They were a gift. For services rendered. I can always return them if you like.
Oh no, there's no need to be hasty now, Clive. I'm sure I can put all 3 to good use. Speaking of which one's most to your liking?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Black embroidered linen, white continental silk, or lush red velvet? I think the embroidered linen would be cool. Let's see it.
This one, I suppose.
I've a mind to give a piece to Jill. Did you know she's quite the little seamstress?
Oh.
I know needlecraft was amongst her lessons at the castle.
Her lessons? Oh, that's right. The 2 of you were raised together in Rosalith, weren't you?
Yeah.
Not quite together, but when my father put down the uprising in the Northern Territories, Jill was taken as a ward to ensure that her father, the Silvermane, would keep the peace.
She's an honest-to-goodness princess then, isn't she?
Kinda.
Tell you know. Some people just have that air about them. Not many round here, mind. I'd offered to sew her something that might better suit her station. But she'd most likely turn me down, as she always does. Tell me not to waste the fabric when it's better used on the children.
Don't take it the wrong way. She certainly seems to be attached to the last outfit you made her.
Oh. Sometimes I think she never takes it off.
No.
Or perhaps she'll make something for herself with your gift. Either way, I'm sure she won't turn it down.
Yeah.
We'll see, I suppose.
Bunch of stuff. Steel silk.
Lady Hortense said she'd give us
And then, while we're at it, I've noticed I have a lot of points. Oh, I could actually master Limit Break if I really wanted. Increases hit and ability radius. You know what? What I'm gonna do is... I'm gonna increase this. And then I want to master it. That way I can use it on anybody. Because I think I might do something weird with it. Let's get this. So now, with that, I should be able to, if I go to, say, Wicked Wheel. Yep, Rising Flames. That's cool. I like that. That's a good way of rewarding people for using mastery, for mastering things. Now, I noticed that when I beat one of those unique monsters, I got something interesting, so...
What's that for you, dear?
Platinum Sword. Liquid Flame. I guess it's pretty good for now. Yeah, let's make it.
No scratches, right?
Drake Slayer's Belt. This is what I should make. More defense and more health.
Bad, if I do say so myself.
Need Gelatinous Mass and Scarletite. I can increase this further. Do I? Maybe it wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. It is a 10 increase after all. I'll do it once.
Yeah, that should do you. And
I'll probably end up regretting that, but whatever. I haven't upgraded stuff in a while, so why not? Anyways, next up is deliver these Morgan beards. I got you flowers. Make some better medicines with them, please. Maybe even make some more potions, because I'm gonna need them, I swear to God. You there!
It is rare that we see you so often in the backyard, Cid. What brings you to the gardens?
You asked me. Bees!
I found your flowers.
Yes, wonderful. These are almost identical to the plates in my tome. Did you have any trouble locating them?
Finding them was the easy part, but it's odd. They remind me of my childhood somehow. I don't remember these flowers specifically, but we must have grown them in the castle garden.
Aw.
If the petals are meant to improve the effectiveness of medicines, it's possible that the core physicers grew them for the tinctures and treatments they made my brother.
Oh.
Ducal healers were convinced of their properties. That is all the more reason to begin growing our own supply here.
Yeah.
Oh, allow me to use some of the flowers you brought me to make something that might aid you on your travels.
Oh?
I need only a moment to extract the essence from the petals.
Okay. What exactly are you making for me, buddy?
And here we are. A phial of pure Morganbeard extract.
Eh? What's that
A
do?
single drop added to any one of your restoratives will increase its potency. At least I hope it will.
Rid of the problem. I think that levels me up, too. Yep, it does. Level up. Level 29. Morganbeard extracts. Necessary for increasing consumable potency. Consumable potency enhanced, so this means my healing items are better, I guess? That's great, if so. That's a fantastic upgrade. Hereby increasing the potency of most consumables. Both potions and high potions now restore more HP, while Strength, Stone Skin, and Lionheart tonics last longer. That's amazing. That's fantastic. What the heck? That's incredibly good. If only I had that when I was fighting the freaking robot thing. Or the creature. Echo, that's the name. I was about to say, what's the name of the thing I'm trying to think? It's Echo. Echo. Speaking of healing items, I should probably stock back up, shouldn't I? Considering I used most of them. I can spake. Hey, Goots.
And what can I do for you?
Drake's breath. Want a pack? Want a pat on the back, do you? I suppose you deserve one. Just don't let it go to your head.
What I hear?
You've been lost without Jill, to say nothing of yours truly if it wasn't for me keeping you fed and kitted out. You You neither of you stood chance. But that's fair. You took the chance I gave you and brought the whole bloody mountain down. But the Ironblood couldn't believe their eyes.
Poor buggers.
Just have to find someone else to worship. Of course, there's plenty of old folks in these fair islands who still reckon these rocks are more than their weight in gold. Diamonds. So you keep doing what you're doing and show them how wrong they are. It's coin they want to put their faith in. And as long as you keep coughing it up, my faith will stay with you.
Go on then.
Oh, hey, I could have just bought a platinum blade. Oh, well. Platinum belt. And platinum cannons. Automatically charges magic spells and maintains the charge until cast. Really? Really? Hold on. Huh. I will take that. That seems kind of fun.
I'll find a better price than that.
Where did that equip that? Wait. Huh? I think it's about time I took this off. Well, it's about time, but I'm not going to. I have a problem. It's interesting how some of these completely change certain things, it feels like. So, that's a curious effect. What else? There is something else I want to try looking at that I've never tried looking at before. Is it the 1,000 Tomes? I don't know what the 1,000 Tomes are. Tomes! Thanks, John.
Ah, Clive. A moment, if I may. You'll be pleased to hear that I've completed another volume. And while my collection is still far from becoming the 1,000 tomes that young Crow has quaintly dubbed it, I hope the knowledge chronicled within might yet be of some benefit to the Hideaway.
All right.
Of course, I would not have penned half as many volumes without the tales you and the others bring back from your travels, for which generosity I shall be forever grateful.
Aw. View 1,000 Tomes.
I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before. I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them.
Clive tells Harpocrates. Oh, what? What? What is happening?
I have quite the find for you today.
Oh. Aegis. Okay.
You wish to study the tomes?
This is what I kind of want to look at. Some of the bestiary stuff. What is Typhon? Seemingly drawn to the destruction of the heart of Drake's head, Ultima emerged from a tear in reality wearing the skin of Typhon, a withered and wizened colossus, and drew Clive into a space between worlds wherein the ethereal entity might test his worth as a vessel. Interesting. So Typhon was just a corpse, basically. Interesting. Interesting. What is this? The ever-shifting mass of living flame that rose from the fiery pool of Drake's breath in what appeared to be response to an unwarranted trespass into the Mother Crystal's inner sanctum. Possessed with both the swiftness and temper of an untamed wildfire, the creature rained fury upon the intruders, wielding the molten lifeblood of sacred Mount Drastanus like it was but fistfuls of mud. Ramuh, Warden of Thunder, whose power most lately wakened within Adolphus Telamon. Dominants of the icon most often emerge among the descendants of the Motes of Thunder, a tribe once dwelled in the lands of Central Ash, lands that the Kingdom of Waylo now lay claim to. Mayhap in part due to the tribe's comparatively advanced learning, Ramuh is associated with wisdom and judgment to this day. Okay. So this is where I can find some of the things that I've missed if I need them. Doors of Enlightenment.
and everything you needed.
Okay, that's cool. That's kind of all I wanted to see. Now, the question is, do I go and fight some of the unique Yes. I feel like I should. Well, I don't know. A part of me really wants to. Let me read up where they are first. And then we'll see.
Lady Hortense said she'd give us our dresses soon.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
We must be ready to leave
Nectar.
at a moment's notice.
Let me look at the board. So we still got this guy who's somewhere in near Martha's Rest. This guy is on a hill adjacent to Eastpool. And this one is met during the chair coming by the way of Caer Norvent. Okay. Well, in that case, there are a couple... Wait a minute. One last thing.
How may I help you today, Clive? Is everything we've received and everything promised?
It used to be I would step into a tavern only to find myself overwhelmed with requests to sing of Dion the Bold, or the Coral, or the Serving Girl. But now, all anyone wants to hear of is the Cid the Outlaw. You have made me a very rich man, my friend.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Best of luck out there, Cid.
So, let's see. I guess one of the easiest one would probably just be Eastpool. Oh, so a hill overlooking Eastpool. You know, I think I know where that's talking about. That's talking about the place where the old man was, wasn't it? Oh god. Yeah, this would have been a long time after that, wouldn't it? And it just feels dead. How sad. Well, let's see if it's the spot that I think. My best guess is it's gotta be up here. I guess I can take the time to fight you guys. Oh, that's a lot bigger of a range. Holy crap. I didn't actually... I just realized I don't think I actually got more potions or anything. Oops. We're gonna be fighting this thing on Hopes and Dreams. Oh, I was about to say, why am I holding that? Yep, there it is. Yeah, I'm about to be fighting this thing on Hopes and Dreams, so... Bring it! Belphegor. Let's go. Come on, buddy. Show me what you got.
A wild wife. Rosaria.
Ow! Ow! No! Don't you hurt him! Pull. Burn. Gotcha. Nope. Okay, help. Ow. Missed it. Gotcha. Gotcha. Burn. See ya. Notorious Mark slain. Very nice.
Oh, there aren't any more of them.
One can only hope. Alright, next up. Next up, indeed. So there was... I think I need to go... Martha's Rest. That's where another one was at. And I can get potions while I'm there. I didn't even think about that for some reason, but yeah, I need to grab potions. Do not forget potions. Do not forget potions. Potions, potions. You need potions, Caden. You're only about potions. I feel like I need to just keep talking to myself about potions if I want to get potions. Give me.
What are you after?
Don't become distracted.
Much obliged. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Stone Skin? What did I just say? Sconestin? Ah, yes, the Sconestin. Anyways, marshlands around Martha's Rest.
Stay sharp.
And judging by the artwork, it was supposedly some kind of Minotaur enemy? I would assume it'd be pretty easy to tell once it was seen, right? Right? I would assume. I would hope. The problem is beginning where to look. Alright, I think I might have found it. I just noticed a hammer. I think. Is it over here? I could have sworn I saw something. There we are. You there! Are you terrorizing the citizens? Beckhart. Sekrats or whatever. Nipple. Let's go, Beefy.
Can't let that thing work free so close to the end.
Okay, he's double charging. Yeah. Don't know how I avoided that. Ow! Down! Lightning! Nope. Why did I do that that far away? Break it! Now! All good? Okay, that was a bit close. Lightning!
Nice try.
Ow. Raging Bull. Ole! Down. Nope. Gotcha. You're done. There goes another Notorious Mark. Oh. Minotaur main.
Well, the locals will sleep easier without him at their gate.
Got him up. You also have an item here. 5 gil. Alright, the next enemy was... I think there was just one more. I think... I'm going to assume it's here. It said somewhere along the path to Caer Novet. And there's 2 paths, and one unique enemy was already on the other path. So I'm going to assume that maybe somewhere along here is the other one that I'm looking for. I don't know if that's a safe bet or not, but it's the bet I'm making. Let's go. Although I don't exactly know where to begin looking. It said laughing in the trees. So maybe it won't be too easy to spot at first. Actually, now that I think about it, isn't there a pathway back here? Just past these guys? Yeah, don't mind me. Don't mind me and my bird. Yeah, there's a little passageway back here. It's definitely not the spot I'm supposed to go, though. Run! Run! Huh. Oh, I actually did not know they could jump. They can jump high, in fact. They can even glide. Interesting. Oh, wait a minute. Can I open while on a chocobo? Aw. Hang in there. Let me ride!
Come on.
We ride, Jill! Imagine if Torgal was allowed his own chocobo. Why did I complete... Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't think you would act. Imagine if... I don't know why I've completely forgot how to say chocobo. Oh, wait a minute. I see something over here. Is this what I'm thinking of? Is this the target? You get out of here, Ambrosia. I think it is. Hello there. Get over here. Aruna. Let's go.
If that's what I think it is.
Is this a remnant of Benedicta? Lightning! Ah! Come here! Hang on, my arm itches. Ah! Why is it my arm itches at the worst part of that? Good damage. Ow. Down. I want to get greedy. You will not let me not get greedy. Goodbye. That's a bunch of renown, experience, and all things in general gathered from these guys.
Rest well. I know I will.
Alrighty then. I think it's about time we head back and continue the story a little bit. I decide I want to get... Well, you know what? Actually, first off, I promise it's not going to be that much longer. It's not even that big of a thing that I want to check. I just want to go to... whatchamacallit. I think I can use these materials that I've gathered from some of these enemies to craft something.
Back, are ya?
Blackthorn.
Not saying Fordian, do you?
I was wrong.
And?
Alright. I just wanted to check. Alright. Fine. Let's go ahead and continue the story for real this time. Otto! I'm pretty sure there's still one unique... Sorry, notorious monster. So, let me actually just check, just in case. Oh, wait, no. I actually got all of them. Nice. And then, any rewards for that?
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back.
Prayers for safe travel.
Yours.
They say is your men who keep the roads free of beasts and bandits. As one whose livelihood is reliant on safe passage from market to market, my chocobos and I thank you. Well, you're welcome, friend.
I may have more for you.
All right, for real this time. Otto.
I've gave you the news then.
Attacking Rosaria.
But not before I know exactly what's going on. What have we heard?
All sorts. Nobody was expecting the Delmex to open up a new front against the Empire, least of all our friends in the provinces. Reports have been rolling in from all over the place, with no two saying the same thing. I've been passing them on to Vivian, in the hope she can make sense of them. If you're set on going, you'll want to talk to her.
Fair enough.
Understood.
I think Kupka wants our head, so...
it isn't my favorite pupil.
Hi, Vivian.
Let's see now. Where did we leave?
Hi,
Well,
Jill and Gav.
This is a surprise. My lectures are rarely so well attended.
You know what they say? A little knowledge, can't hurt?
He's not wrong.
We're going to Rosalith to deal with Kupka. What's the situation there?
Whoa there, Lord Rossfield. I'm sure you're champing at the bit to return to your roost. But to fully understand the present situation, one must first understand how it came to be.
Very well. Begin.
Let us begin with the story of Hugo Kupka.
Okay.
Or the permanent economic advisor to the Dhalmekian government, to give him his formal title. In a republic founded on commerce, there could hardly be a more influential position. It has granted him both extraordinary wealth and extraordinary power. Not that he ever wanted for the latter. Being Titan's dominant, he is also Dhalmekia's last line of defense. A fact he has used to his considerable advantage.
Oh.
Why, he was even able to pry Drake's Fang, one of the pillars of the Republic, from Parliament's grip. And he was quick to buy the loyalty of the Fang's protectors. Today they are his faithful creatures, a private army in all but name. The self-same army that marches upon Rosarian soil as we speak.
Okay.
By which I mean Imperial soil, not that you need reminding of the fact.
Yeah.
Suffice it to say, the Empire's attentions are elsewhere at present, deadlocked as it is with Dhalmekia over its occupation of the Crystalline Dominion, where its legions are now gathered. Scarcely a handful of garrisons remain to secure its western provinces, and half of them left after the fall of Drake's Breath. With the threat of the Ironblood thus diminished, they had little cause to fear a maritime invasion. And so today, only a token force guards the former duchy's shores, as Kupka was quick to descry. He landed his troops on the Rosarian coast without encountering so much as a single ship. All for you, Clive. He wants your head.
Well, I was right. I was right on the head. Even wording. What?
Advance upon Rosalith, not to capture the province, but to draw you out.
All right.
You said Kupka's forces sailed up the coast. What of Port Isolde then? Is the city safe?
Quite, according to the Guardians of the Flame. The Dhalmekian fleet floated by without incident.
I guess they don't care about it.
Without remark. When they learned Kupka's forces were making for Rosalith, our friends were quick to begin arranging the exodus of her citizens. And so the stage will soon be set for your heroic homecoming. Alas, it will be a more trying task to enter the capital than it was to leave it. Hugo's men hold Buet Bridge, despite the Imperials' repeated attempts to wrest it back from their grasp.
Okay.
And they were careful not to repeat the Empire's mistake in neglecting their coastal defenses. The seas around Rosalith are firmly under Dhalmekian control. So tell me, pupil mine, what do you believe to be the best route to Rosalith?
The north.
What?
Across the northern border near Phoenix Gate. Then take the road through Stillwind down to the capital. Hardly the quickest route, but at least we won't be spotted.
A little local knowledge goes a long way. And so must you.
We'd best get a move on then.
Let's do it.
Oh, will you be going too?
Aye. I've been waiting a long time to give that fucker a taste of his own medicine. I would have missed this for the world.
I'm not gonna stop you, but you need to be safe, please, Gav.
Lead on.
I don't want to lose you, man. All right. Is this gonna be a case of, hey, if you continue, you ain't going back? Surprisingly not. Oh, Lord. Rosalith.
Fortify the castle gates at once.
How do you not see us? You blind? So, what do we do? Gav.
Hugo and his men have been busy. We've already breached the castle's outer wall. The Imperials are holding the ground for now, but it's only a matter of time before the keep falls.
Alright. What's the plan?
Those fuckers really went to town on this place.
Yeah.
Almost like they want to wipe it off the map.
Just a means to an end.
Huh?
All this for one man? They didn't have to go so far.
If you
Gav.
keep your wits about you, I reckon you can make it up to the castle without raising the alarm.
Where are you going?
I'll sniff out any townsfolk who haven't escaped yet and send them on their way.
Be careful.
Please.
Likewise. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Alright. Let's get a move on. Oh boy. What the heck? Oh.
I thought I was ready for this, but
I know. It's like a nightmare. This was our home. Come on, Clive. We have to keep going.
Yeah. We do indeed. Oh, no! Capital punishment.
this isn't an invasion. It's a massacre.
Yeah?
Nothing, Clive. Nothing.
All for me, huh? All for Clive. Jeez, Pete's.
Why do this?
Clive, we can get through here.
Yeah? These people haven't done anything. Protect. Some components will cast Protect. Shield this. Enough shield. I just want to do this, man. Keep flying for me, buddy. Let's move. So are we trying to find Kupka here? Assuming he is here. Or he's trying to take out his guards.
I yield! I yield!
I would look up, buddy.
Look what we have here.
Gentlemen,
Hi. Wrong move. trying to get comfy. Woo. This way. Move! What is there protect for you, buddy? Nothing. Oh, that's a lot of experience too from that. Through here. Still don't exactly know where our aim is. Just to get to the top, I guess. Oh. Poison mist. See ya. Down. Level up. I powered through that. It's lagging. I do have the game set to frame rate mode. I don't know if this is just how it always is, but oh well. This how it is, this how it is. Hello there, I'm here. I was gonna come fight for you, Jill, but I guess you can just insta-kill an enemy. That works. Come on.
We're nearly at the castle. It ends there.
Let's hope. Will of Lightning, pile driver. Here we are. Gathered up. Gotcha. Come with me. Who's next? Hello there.
Set her loose.
Her? Oh boy.
They have a curl.
The curl. Oh well. Bring it.
Attack!
Ready?
What do you think?
Holy crap. Well, isn't this terrifying? Whip crack. Try and focus on... Okay, that's fast.
Nice try.
My lightning's better. Now. Down. Gotcha. What else you got?
It's building up to something.
Electro charge.
We need to stop it. Whatever it takes.
No!
Down.
And let's make this count.
Huh? Ow! Lightning! You're done. Oh, that was a fun fight. I love that thing's design. It's terrifying, but great. Curl Whisker. Nice. Alright. Huh?
Jill!
No!
We meet at last, Cid. Or should I say Lord Rosfield? I've been looking for you for a very long time.
Don't you dare!
Go, Kupka.
I'm so glad you accepted my invitation. I went to some trouble with the decorations. Do you
Monster.
like what I've done with the place?
Bastard.
Such a pity your predecessor couldn't join us. But I am sure you will prove compelling company.
No! No! Please!
Be still, little snowflake. I would not have you melt before your starring moment.
Come here. No! I got...
Fuck.
Is this what you want?
Now, on to the festivities.
Torgal. Get.
That's just great, that is.
Yeah.
I suppose it's up to me then.
Come on, Gav. Great. Isn't this just peachy?
Headsman!
Where do you want me?
You! Bring the prisoner!
I need help now.
Yes, no more than she deserves for getting into bed with an outlaw. Wish she'd get into mine.
Lord Kupka commands your presence.
Drag me there.
Witness to the girl's execution. Such a waste.
Oh! Gav! Oh! Gav!
Gav!
Thank you! Shh. We gotta find Jill.
Crystal fetters are a bastard to open, just so you know. Don't worry, I'll have them off before you can blink.
Where's Jill?
In the courtyard.
Come on. Thank you.
We have to hurry.
The Imperials have sounded the retreat and cleared out of the castle. But the place is still swarming with Kupka's men.
Leave them to me.
I'll make my way up top and circle round the back. Quick as you like, eh?
Oh, my hero. Huh? Oh, brother. Thanks. Thank you.
Hold on, Jill. I'm coming.
We'll make it in time.
I have to get to the courtyard.
Come on. My goodness, Gav, you took out all these guys?
Don't you let her die.
Please. It's time for the guests of honor to arrive. Gav.
I hope you've got a plan, Clive, because we are fucked if you don't.
I don't. Torgal! Jump him. Go. Yeah. Yeah. Torgal! What the? Wait, what are... That's a... Torgal, what are you doing? What the... Torgal? What are... What the... Torgal? What are you? You're awesome. So...
Jill, can you stand?
Yeah. Torgal. Are you a dominant, Torgal?
Don't tell me you tire of my entertainment.
Screw your entertainment.
Enough! Yes. Perhaps it is time we served the main repast. I trust you are hungry!
Come on, Torgal.
Much obliged.
Gav?
We're getting out of here.
We got this.
Torgal, thank you.
I can't believe Torgal's a freaking dominant. Yeah, I don't know either.
Everyone, with me. That includes you.
I ain't complaining. Oh, Torgal, you beautiful. Oh, the other enemies messed it up. Execution. Ow. Come on. Sick 'em!
Jill, can you still fight?
Down! Get him!
Still breathing, are you? Excellent. Then Lord Kupka's reward shall be ours.
Get him, boy!
I thought bad news always came in threes.
Let them come.
This is a little much.
Guess we're all ready.
Come on. Lightning. Down. Get him, Torgal! Enemy slain. Ah.
It's over.
For now. But I bet that wasn't the last of them. And they won't stop hunting us until Kupka's dead. So you get in there and finish the job, eh?
Go on. If they come again, we'll hold them back.
Sounds good.
But be careful.
All right, I gotta know something. Torgal, what the heck are you? Clive's faithful friend who's fiercely protective of him and his allies. When Jill came close to death in the courtyard of Rosalith castle, something awoke within him, transforming Torgal into something akin to an icon. But what kind of icon is that? Seems the same. He has little love for his country, taking advantage of his position to benefit himself. After learning that Sled Outlaws, the man slew his love, his life, Benedicta Harmon still lives, carries out capturing, torturing bearers, blah blah blah. You protect him.
Kupka took our home, Clive. Don't let him take yours.
Don't worry about us. Go.
All right. Come here, Kupka.
I promise you, Sid. You'll die by my hand.
Let's dance, you and I. After I save the game. Hello there, Kupka.
You're late. Trouble on the way?
Just enjoying your entertainment.
How gratifying.
Oh boy.
Have you come to defend your father's throne, Lord Rosfield? The Grand Duchy of Rosaria. A realm without a ruler, an army, even a people. A veritable kingdom of dust. Truly, I see no throne to defend. No!
Enough of your games, Kupka. Just tell me what you want.
Sid's head in a box. Imagine my disappointment when I learned that he met his end at the hand of another. And my relief to learn that you had taken up his thrice damned name. Your master slew Benedicta Harmon and defiled her body.
Defiled?
If you choose to bear that murderer's name, then you shall answer for his crimes.
The only crimes I shall answer for are my own. Sid did everything in his power to save that woman, though she was long past saving. And so I did what he couldn't. It was me all along, Hugo.
It was you.
Yeah. Sid never did anything.
You killed her.
I did.
Oh boy.
Then I am fortunate indeed. I had thought the most I could wish for was to take the life of one he loved, just as he did to me. But it seems I was wrong.
Oh no.
And I shall have my revenge.
Here it comes.
We shared a dream. I would be the king of the world. She would be my queen. And together, we would rule like the gods we are. But you crushed that dream, ground it into dust. Hear me, Rosfield! You will pay for what you've done. I'll tear you apart with my bare hands.
Bring it, Kupka.
What of you? How many people have you killed? How many dreams have you crushed? You're not the only one who's seen their world fall apart around them. You'll get
Get no pity from me, Kupka. No pity. And no mercy. Now die!
Bring it! Hugo! Alright. Big Rock Man.
What becomes of those who dare to cross me? Cross? I'll kill you!
Huh? Nope.
Nice try.
Down. Nope. Uh-oh. Oh, that was close. Down. Ifrit. Oh boy. Okay.
You will die by my hand, CrossFit. My hatred for you is unending. Unreal thing.
I'm sure it is.
Alice, be your grave.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. Holy shit. Come on. Huh? Nope. Coming down with me. Get up, Hugo.
The world has chosen. I am in my element. There's no escape.
Huh? What? Huh? Uh-oh. Nope. Holy. Nope. Way of the land. Nope. Lightning. Down.
Nice try.
Nope. Nope. Come on. Torment.
Nice try.
Oh!
Just like your forefathers.
Earth and Fury.
Give me thunder.
Lightning.
Nice try.
Ow. Oh. You're gonna leave yourself wide open. I'm gonna take advantage of it.
Nice try.
Eat that. Oh crap. Oh. Ow. Ow. Come on. So close. Done. Hugo Kupka defeated. Earth Shard. The power of the Icon Titan made manifest. This crystal is as heavy as marble and can be heard to emit a soft hum when held to the ear. Enough! Ah. Oh! Oh! His arms. Or his hands, whatever. So, what are you gonna do now? What the? Huh? Huh? Wait. It's doing it again, isn't it? It is! Titan's icon.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
We gotta get out of here. Gotta move.
I'll fucking kill you.
How? You have no hands. What?
There. You mustn't get yourself worked up.
Huh? What the heck was that?
Another time, Mythos.
Mythos? What? Well, on the bright side, I doubt that Kupka is going to be dealing any damage to us. Torgal's still,
Is that all of them?
I think so.
Well, Luda scum. Who the fuck invited them?
Looter.
Not that that's the biggest surprise we've had today. Where did you learn to do that, Torgal?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Not telling, eh? Suit yourself.
Gav, we have to find Clive.
Right, sorry.
No. I'm right here. Hi, guys.
You missed one.
Hi.
We were worried.
So
was I.
yeah. A little bit of weird stuff's happened. But I think I got another power. Unfortunately, though, Kupka is gone.
I was so close. If it hadn't been for my gift, I would have finished him.
I'm just glad you got out of there alive.
Yeah. Thanks to you.
When did the Royalists arrive?
Right after you went inside.
Huh.
Just when we thought we were shot of Titans lot. In pile Odins.
Odins.
Enough of them to worry us, though.
No. You didn't see the one who took Kupka away.
So, what? You think they came here to save him?
I don't think so.
Well, I'll be fucked if I know what's going on, but every minute we spend racking our brains, that bastard's getting further away.
Where would he go?
So what do we do?
Good question. Jill, you alright?
We go back to the hideaway. I'm too tired to think. As are you, by the looks of it. And after what Jill's been through.
Yeah, she was almost killed.
Let's worry about Kupka later, shall we?
Aye. Alright. Well,
We
give us
won't
a
really-
chance to solve the riddle of your magic mud, too.
Yeah, I want to know about what happened to Torgal. I love it, but why could he do it?
How you feeling? Ready to go home?
Still standing. Well, back to the hideaway it is. Twilight Rose. Let's get back. There's a lot to discuss, it feels like. Jill.
Just look at the state of you. You're more of a wreck than this place. Is this what you call taking better care of yourself? No more excuses, your ladyship. I order you to rest.
Thank you.
Fine. I'll rest.
Ah, good.
Don't worry, Gav. She's in good hands.
But we should have never let her fall into Hugo's. Back when he had some like.
Yeah.
The question is, where is he now?
And what the hell were those royalists doing there?
I was wondering about that all the way home.
Otto may have heard something. I'll talk to him.
And I'll talk to Torms.
Sounds good.
Oarsman. About what?
About your faithful hound for a start.
Yeah.
If any four-legged friend's ever done that before, I'm betting Torms will have read about it. But what I want to know is, what happens afterwards? It's all well and good Torgal saving our arses, but if it costs him what it cost Jill...
Do not want him doing it.
Let me know if you learn anything.
Is it specifically an icon? It didn't look like anything I could... it doesn't look like any kind of thing I could pinpoint. You'll be fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Alright. Back in control. Bolts from the blue. The power of Earth. Clive has claimed a portion of the Icon Titan's essence. Attuning with Titan not only changes Clive's magic spells, but also access to things like Wind Up, a singular strike that increases in potency when charged. Titan's feat is Titanic Block, which can be used to fend off most incoming attacks. Using square melee after a perfectly timed and precision block will initiate a devastating counter. So wait, let me look at that again. Handy. How curious. Now, it looks Titan channeled. Now, it does seem as though you can only have up to 3 icons at a time. Well, let's try doing it with Ramuh for a bit. Titan. So wind up, punch forward, hold button to wind up attack, and further increasing its potency. And upheaval. Slam a fist to the ground, dealing damage to all enemies within range. Hold button to increase range, can be used in midair. Very neat. Looks like Nectar's got some new stuff for us. He also got some adventures.
Did I ever tell you about the time I toured the Northern Territories?
I trust you wrapped up warm.
I did no such thing, Kumo. We Moogles don't feel the cold. Things are exceptionally fluffy fur. You humans are the only animals up there who feel the need to dress up in furs of those fluffier than yourselves, Kupo. In fact, that's precisely why I ended up cutting my tour short, Kupo. My kind greetings to the locals were met with a volley of arrows. And I might make a much better hero than I do a hat, Kupo.
Indeed you do, friend. Muddy murder. Rumor is spreading throughout the southern reaches of Rosaria of a pool of opalescent ooze that has been sighted in the moors and meadows of the region. While it resembles not but a puddle of strange sludge from a distance, any man or beast that draws too close is met with masses of slimy hands that drag their prey into a gaping, grinning maw. Is this what we want for our children? Somewhere in Hawk's Cry Cliff in Rosaria. Alright. I think it's one of those enemies that we saw in the volcano. Otto. What's up?
Otto. Is now a good time?
It's not a bad one. How's Jill doing?
Oh, she's been better. Ty is making sure she gets the rest she needs.
Good.
Any word on Kupka's movements?
Vivian's did what she can to try and track him, but she's feeding on scraps. We've sent ours out to the Cursebreakers and their other friends in the west, asking them to keep their eyes peeled for anything unusual. No leads yet, but it's only a matter of time.
Sounds good.
Let me know when you find something.
There he is. All right, Clive. Still busy saving the world.
Hi?
Mid.
Mid?
When did you get back?
Who are you?
Just now.
What about your studies?
Legend.
Since Hugo Kupka invaded Rosaria. All the canvas in uproar about it. He's gone mad. He's turned rogue. It'll be us next. You try concentrating with all of that.
All right. You win.
How long will you be staying this time?
Dunno. A while, most likely. Any road, while I'm here, I was hoping you could do us a favour.
Mid. You can't just expect me to...
Please, oblige her.
Eh? Hey, Vivian.
While we are busy tracking down Kupka, you should have a little time to spare.
Professor! Now there's a face I haven't seen in a while. Shouldn't you have it buried in a dusty old tome?
I did, till a familiar trill pricked my ears. As ever, your exuberance is a breath of fresh air, which successfully scattered the painstakingly assembled fragments of my thoughts.
I'll take that as a compliment. Well, Clive, you heard the professor. So, I'll meet you in the storeroom when you're done.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Beat of her own drum, huh?
Breath of fresh air. Bloody tempest, more like. Oi, Otto, you got my guild?
Hi, boatman.
Huh? What are you on about? My fee for bringing Mid across. She said you were paying. That little...
I'm leaving you. Have fun with that.
The storeroom, was it? I wonder what Mid's plotting.
Mid? Mididol Telamon? Telamon. Wait. No, wait a minute. She is! Huh, so this is the daughter of, Mid is the daughter of Cid. Sidolphus Telamon. And Mididol Telamon. Cid did mention at some point, there was mention at some point of Cid's daughter. So this is her. Huh. How interesting. That's really cool.
The door to the shelves shall ever be open.
Wait a minute, I wonder. I saw some other things. I thought you were going to talk about Torgal. I do want to know about Torgal. Actually, can I see Gavin here? Oh, yeah, he's right here.
If we find out anything about Torgal, you'll be the first to know.
I was gonna say though, like as soon as I saw the last name Telamon, like wait a minute, that sounds familiar. Sure enough, it was Cid's. All right, that's interesting. I'm sure the game's probably gonna tell me as like the first thing as soon as I talk to her up here, but you know, I still wanted to check it myself. Still though, now it makes me realize that I feel bad for her because her father is... Let's look at something else to get our mind off that. How about that? So, if I upgrade this, Mastery increases limit break gauge upon blocking an attack. Okay, cool. Extends precise execution window. Same thing. Raging Fist. Step forward and deliver a blinding flurry of high-speed punches. Blocking enemy attack with the step forward increases the potency of the following punches. Let me see it. Okay. Earthen Fury. Drive both hands into the ground, causing the land to surge upwards, sending nearby enemies flying. Ooh. I quite like that, actually. I think I'll save up for that. That sounds fun. Alright, Mid!
Shouldn't you be getting some rest?
What you need, Mid?
You took your time.
I'm a busy man, Mid.
I'll get to the point then. I want to turn the room down there into a workshop like the one I had at Dad's place.
Mid, you've only just come back.
And I've been thinking about it for a while. Dad said I had a knack for engineering. Told me everything he knew about it, then sent me off to Canva to learn everything he didn't. That was his dream for me. That one day I'd put my studies to use for the good of the cause. But I'm helping no one stuck at school. I've studied enough. It's time I put my knack to work. I know that I can help the people here, and I want to do it.
All right.
Well, if Sid could see you now. All right. I'll tell Otto you'll be staying.
I knew you'd say yes. Which is why I wrote up a list of jobs for you.
What?
For me?
Who else?
How'd I get strong-armed?
First things first, I need equipment and materials to start making my own. There's the designs for the stuff I need, and the stuff it needs smithing from. The other materials I can work myself. Just need a generous benefactor to lay them on for me. Apart from the wood, I'll need a carpenter for that, but I can just borrow yours.
Is that everything?
For now. I'll let you know if I need out else.
Getting to work. Very well.
Where to start? Materials and tools. That means Karen and Blackthorn.
The new crafting recipe. Definitely kind of came in guns blazing, acting like she owns the place, but... Huh. Well, at least things won't be boring, I guess, for the place. Alright, so, first off, Karen.
Jill looked white as a sheet.
Jill looked white as a sheet. Karen.
Was wondering where you'd got to. Mid's back from Canva. Have you seen her?
Just now. She's planning to set up a workshop in the stores and ask me to buy her some materials. Here's the list.
List.
Think you can find everything on there?
This lot. Won't be much of a trader if I couldn't.
Excellent. As for payment,
It's paid 100 times over by what that girl's done for us. If it weren't for her filters, we'd have naught to drink but blight water, and that would have drained the life out of us long ago.
Oh.
Indeed it would.
Okay.
I'll send the stuff on to Mid when it comes in.
Thank you, Karen.
Sounds good. Well, that was easy. Blackthorn.
Blackthorn, you busy?
What's it look like?
I don't know.
I have a commission for you. From Mid. She requires certain tools.
Here.
Do you think you can make them?
Bloody hell. What's she planning to build with this stuff? An airship?
Maybe.
I'll see what I can do. Tell her I'll bring them over when I'm done.
My thanks. And Mid's, no doubt.
Yeah. Well, that was shockingly easy.
That just leaves the carpenter. Let's see if Bardolph's available.
While I'm here, though.
What's that for you, dear?
Grindstone. Combination of Levin Bolt and Earth Shard with some meteorite.
Not bad. If
Equip.
I do say so myself.
Okay, I just want to check. Alright, down we go. I wonder if they'll, I'm wondering if maybe we'll get any kind of like upgrades or something from helping out Mid now. I don't know. Bardolph.
Do with a good oil in this. Should be enough.
What's up?
How do, Master Sid?
Bardolph. Mid's looking to build a workshop in the storeroom, and she needs the aid of a skilled carpenter. So naturally I thought of you.
Well, I'd love to help the young miss however I can. But I'm afraid I got my hands full just keeping this place afloat. There's holes need patching, and if I don't patch 'em, we'll all of us sink into the mere. I'd gladly spare Mid all the time I have, but the sad truth is, I ain't got none.
Huh.
I see.
It don't have to be me, though, does it? What about that other fella?
Other?
You know, the one over at Martha's Rest. Bernard, was it?
That's right. And he is a friend of the cause.
I'll go check him.
Ask Martha if she can spare him. Thank you, Bardolph.
Least I could do.
All right. Should also probably save real quick. To Martha's. I am trying to think, like, will we get the dog's power? I just don't want the dog to die because of them overusing their power. Whatever it is. I mean, for all I know, it might not even be an icon. I don't know. It's just something similar.
What brings you to the Rest?
Our home finds itself in need of an extra carpenter. I wondered if I might be able to borrow Bernard for a short while.
I don't mind if he don't. We're all friends here, aren't we?
Sure.
Thank you, Martha. Do you know where I might find him?
He went up to Cressida on business. No idea what, mind. Place is a ruin. Far as I know, he's still there.
All right.
I'll look from there then.
Alrighty. Trying to figure out which way. It's this way. All right. Bernard! There's Ambrosia. Ambrosia! I saw her just spawn right there, game. Nope. 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 You can't catch me. I'm on a bird. What's up, man? What's wrong?
Hi. If it ain't the lad who saved my life. What brings you to a place like this?
You,
Help.
Bernard. Martha said I might find you here. I have a proposition for you.
Oh, do you now?
You mind making a workshop?
Building a workshop, you say? Well, that beats tacking boards to bridges, sure enough. And if Martha didn't mind me being gone a while, then neither do I. You just tell me where you want me.
That's the spirit.
I couldn't ask a favor, though, could I? Before we go?
Sure.
Of course.
What's the matter? Oh.
Well, that there is Cressida, where I grew up. Ain't much left of it now, though. Except my parents' graves. But I came up here hoping to visit. I even patched up the bridge to get across. Only to find the place crawling with fiends.
I got it.
You're a dab hand when it comes to dealing with beasts and bogles, ain't you? Any chance you could,
Alright, on it.
I can do.
Well, thank you kindly. And take care.
Gives me a chance to test out the new Titan. Done.
This shouldn't take long.
I thought that would go a lot further. Crush! Lock. What now? Oh, forgot. I have to hold it. Punch!
Nice try. Over here.
More? Why there? Not chance. Pull you down. Burn for me. Not chance. Punch. Goodbye. Okay, I like using Titan. That block is really satisfying. It's probably really dangerous too, because if I mess it up, I get hurt.
That should do it.
You made short work of that lot. Thank you, son. Now my folks can rest in peace once more.
No problem.
How long is it since the village was abandoned?
Oh, people started packing their things after the duchy fell. Between the Blight and the Imperials, you just couldn't make ends meet.
Aww.
Must be nigh on a decade since the last wagon left. Though it may as well have been a century, looking at the place. This isn't the Cressida I remember.
I'm sorry.
Ah, don't be. Can't live in the past, no matter how nice it might have been. Soon as I'm done saying a prayer for those that raised me, it's onto your hideaway. I'll meet you there.
All right. See you there, Bernard. Well, I'll help out mid.
Little list. Better head back before she thinks of anything else.
I can jump. I said back. Mid, you're, I've done your stuff. And hopefully by now we've gotten some news about where either Torgal or Kupka. Still though, I can't imagine Kupka can be much of a threat to us now. Not only have we taken his icon, so that's already a lot of power loss for him, but we took his hands. He can't exactly punch without hands. He can attack with his stubs, but it's not exactly going to be, you know.
All right, Clive, you've all done then.
Yeah.
I am. I've placed your various orders, and a carpenter by the name of Bernard is on his way from Martha's Rest.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Clive.
Is there anything else you need?
Nope. Blackthorn and Lady Karen have already sent over everything I asked for, and I've got all my plans drawn up. So as soon as Bernard gets here, we can get to work.
All right.
I can't wait.
Quest complete. Getting to work. I think that's a level up too, right? Yep. Level 31. Breath of Earth. Reduces wind-up cooldown time by 3 seconds.
That's my good deed for the day done. Let's see how Jill's faring.
Jill! Also seems like we got some 2 side quests. One of which is in here.
Ah, Clive.
Jill, alright?
Oh yeah. How's Jill?
Recovering, but she still needs her rest.
Of course. Take good care of her, won't you?
I'll do my best. Oh, Gav was looking for you. He said he had something to show you on the shelves.
Oh.
Shelves.
Might be something about Torgal.
Oh, that's right. He went to ask Harpocrates about Torgal. He must have found something.
Hello.
You have the look of a man with the twins upon his shoulders, Rodrigue.
Talia has tasked me with removing a Cursebreaker's brand. But it's my first time and I don't think I can do it.
No.
I'm afraid of what happens if I fail. You survived, I know, but there as many die as recover. Is it really worth the risk?
You don't need me to answer that. You know full well what we're fighting for. I hope as much as you that one day bearers can walk among others as equals. But until that day, a brand is a burden, and we must lift that burden in order to go undetected. The operation may be dangerous, but it's also essential, and we undergo it willingly.
I know. I still wish there was some other way.
Mm-hmm.
But griping about my lot helps no one, I suppose. Don't worry. I'll do what must be done.
Just be careful.
Unfortunately, the first thing that needs doing is the preparation of a draft to dull the pain. Something I can't do with the infirmary's ammonia supply so low. What few leaves we have would barely be enough for removing a splinter, let alone a brand.
Just tell me what you need.
You'll go. Oh, thank you. No one knows Herblord like Taya, and she swears by ammonia for easing pain. It's simple enough to find, if you know where to look.
Being?
Fortunately for you, I do. Along the river near the village of Amber over in Rosaria. Just search for the bright blue blossoms.
Alright. Do no harm. I do want to go see what's up with Torgal. I can grab this side quest along the way, and then we can go check on Gav about what's going on with Torgal. Because, yeah, why is the dog ethereal?
Do you have a moment, Sid? A team of Cursebreakers has gone missing near Northreach.
Oh.
Which team?
Coles. They were sent to liberate a carriage of bearers before they could be smuggled to market. They were moving in for their assault when the carriage was attacked by goblins. A Cursebreaker managed to release a Stolas amid the confusion, but this was days ago. They should be back by now, but I've heard nothing from
I'll
any
check.
of them. I can't help but worry that...
They know the work is dangerous, but I'm sure they're fine.
But what if I've got them all killed? Before they go out, I always remind them why we're doing this, what they escaped, and what we're freeing people from. But I never really thought how my words might affect them. What risks they might take because of the things I've said.
I'll go find him.
I'll go and find them. We'll both rest easier knowing they're safe.
Thank you, Sid. And I'm sorry to trouble you with this. The plan was to intercept the slaver somewhere in the Dragon's Eyrie. I can't tell you much more than that, I'm afraid.
All right.
Should be enough to go on. If they were there, Torgal will track them down.
The Way of Command. Alright. last up,
White as a sheet when they put it.
Jill looked white as a sheet. Before we go on to the side quests, I want to see what's up with Torgal. Gav, what have you found?
Clive, where have you been? I've been wanting to ask you something about Torgal.
Yeah?
Where did you get him, like, in the first place?
Great question.
My father brought him back from one of his expeditions into the Northern Territories. They were crossing a snowfield when they heard his cries, and seeing no sign of his pack, they took him in.
What do you reckon, Torms?
It certainly adds weight to the theory.
Being?
I believe that Torgal may be no mere hound, but a rare frostwolf, an animal native to the far northern reaches of Valisthea. In one of our oldest bestiaries, I found reference to a frostwolf who served as guardian to an ancient queen of the north. Such was his mastery over ether, he could cast magics on command. His name was Fenrir.
Fenrir?
The Frostwolf.
Aww.
Now, the annals do not state it explicitly, but I have reason to believe this queen was a dominant of Shiva.
Oh.
A girl from the Northern Territories and her faithful hound. One awakens as the dominant of Shiva, and the other?
You're saying that Jill granted Torgal his powers?
What?
Just like Fenrir.
Yeah.
People called him my hound, but Torgal and Jill were inseparable. He grew up as a faithful companion to the dominant of Shiva, and years later, his powers awakened, just when his master needed him the most.
You're right. If it weren't for Torgal blasting those bastards to Kingdom Come, Jill would have been for it.
Yeah.
Quite. Though Torgal's power is his own, his latent birthright as a Frostwolf, it had only to be unlocked.
Is there any risk of anything bad happening?
Torgal?
You're an even finer hound than we thought.
Aw.
And regarding your original concern, you need not fear for Torgal's health.
Good.
Why, the beast has the appetite of a behemoth. Just this very morn, I found him with his nose buried in my nuts.
Eh? Mid.
There you are! I've been looking everywhere for you. Bernard's here. I need you to introduce us so we can get to work.
I shall be a moment.
Huh. Oh. Well, sometime later. Very nice.
Isn't it brilliant?
It is.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. You and everyone else. But I promise I'll pay you back. I'm gonna work my fingers to the bone for you lot. Starting right now. Just you wait. I'll make wonders like this world's never seen.
Then I look forward to seeing them.
Yeah.
Now that that's settled, I wonder if Vivian's made any progress tracking down Kupka.
Thanks for letting me do this, Clive. I'll pay you back, I promise.
All right. I want to see Frostwolf, a rare breed of wolf from the frozen northern territories that is said to be able to conjure magics. An ancient fable from the region prominently features a frostwolf by the name of Fenrir, who is a companion to the Queen of the Snows, most likely an allusion to the dominant of Shiva, and defended her not with tooth and claw, but with bolts of ice. So, in a way, it is kind of a dominant type thing. In a way. Oh, what does it say about Kupka? Learn the identity of the one who slew his beloved. He sends his forces to ransack Rosalith. Clive takes up the offer and is able to best Kupka in battle, cutting off his hands in the process. Before Clive can deal the finishing blow, the helpless Hugo is spirited away by a mysterious man from Waloed. Well versed in secrets of modern and fallen technology as any scholar in the Twins. It means to put their knowledge to use in service of the highway. Alright. Now, let's go ahead and get over to... Wait, is that a chest? There is! What? Black blood. I can just get over here by walking. But why walk when I got ambrosia? Come on, buddy! I still wonder... So, it's obvious that Shiva's taking a toll on Jill's body. What if we were to take away Shiva? Obviously, that would probably give us the power. But, you know... What would that do to her body? Would it save her? Also, hey, you're alive.
I'm glad you're in one piece.
Just about. Sid, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing here?
Doris sent me to find you. She hasn't heard anything since the attack. She's been worried about you.
I sent a runner to the Dame in Northreach. The hideaway should have learned of our survival yesterday.
Well, I'm here now. And it looks like you freed the bearers.
Only some. The rest locked themselves in the slaver's carriage rather than fleeing when they had the chance. I want to help them, Sid. But we're barely in any state to protect those few we did save.
You made the right decision. Now where's the carriage?
The goblins may still be out there.
You have duties to attend to here.
I'm not scared of goblins, buddy.
See to the injured. I'll handle the rest.
All right. Just follow the path to the south. You'll come across the carriage soon enough. And please, hurry. If the beastmen get to those bearers, the poor souls will be eaten alive.
All right.
Won't let that happen.
Thank you. And Sid, it's good to see you.
Don't thank me just yet.
Yeah. You know, alternatively, you could have just pointed me in that direction, you know?
They're trying to get into the carriage.
Fire! Oh! Crush. Can I not block this? I'm going to... No, I can. Beat rocking blocks. Ow. Ow. I don't even know what achievement I just got. I was just paying attention to blocking. Gotcha. Ow. See ya. Enemy slain. Bone necklace and magic dash. All right.
Who are you?
Hi.
A friend. Are there any more survivors? Why didn't you flee with the others? If the goblins had made it through that door, you wouldn't have stood a chance.
Yeah.
Why should we run? One miserable death's no worse than another.
Perhaps. But we're here to give you another choice. Freedom,
Yeah.
safety, the life you've been denied. Come with us. Let us protect you.
Sid, I couldn't just let you...
You're a little late.
You weren't too late then. Thank the gods.
This man risked his life to save yours. To give you a second chance.
Fine. Do with us what you will.
What we'll do with you is take you to safety. After that, it's up to you. Your lives are your own now.
You can leave the rest to us, Sid. We'll get everyone back to the hideaway.
Sounds good.
I'll let Doris know we're expecting new arrivals.
And then, first off, we have to go over here. Now I'm curious about who are we gonna get next. Was I regenerating health? Do you regenerate health out of combat? I don't know if you do, I've never noticed.
The river was easy enough to find. Now for those herbs.
Oh, hi. What the heck are these things? They're like messed up chocobos. Oh, I guess I brought you down. Oh. Get over here. See ya. Grab these.
This is the only plant around here with blue flowers. I hope it's the right one.
You looked alive, alright. Alright.
Should be enough to keep the infirmary stocked for a while. Hopefully this will put Rodriguez's mind at ease.
It better. For all the trouble I went to get to it. Alright.
It's just one thing after another around here. The Litlands have been up to their old tricks again.
You there.
Sid, welcome back. A Stolas from the Dame arrived not long after you left.
Huh?
If I'd just waited a little longer, I might have been able to deal with things myself.
What are you talking about?
Maybe I wouldn't. I keep making the wrong decisions.
What are you talking about?
All of the others got home safely. You made exactly the right decision.
No, I was lucky. I've been tracking that slaver for months, and then I sent Cole and you after them, woefully unprepared. What kind of leader sends people into danger without considering all the risks? I should have urged greater caution, told Cole to be wary, to pull back at the first sign of trouble.
We swore the same oath as you, Doris.
It's good to see you safe and well, Cole. I'm sorry.
With all due respect, we Cursebreakers don't risk our lives because you commanded of us. We risk them because we believe in our cause. No one with doubts ever joins our ranks. The agony of removing the brand more than sees to that.
We all know how much bravery that takes.
Yeah.
Cole, I never doubted your courage. Only my ability to see it put to good use. Thank you for your faith in me. I'm not sure I deserve it.
You do.
I sometimes wonder if I might prefer to risk death alongside the others than ask it of them. But I'm a curse breaker. I swore an oath too. I have a role to play, and I must trust that I'm the right one to play it.
You will. In time.
Yeah. Just give it time. The weight of command. Yeah, a bit more renown. Breath of Fire, Rising Flames. Very nice. I should probably save. What was I gonna look at? What's Channel's Whisper? Oh, yeah, the thing I bought. Sorry, I'm kind of just like getting lost in items all of a sudden. Here's what I wanted to look at. Is there anything here that I should buy? A part of me thinks that I should try and start getting these, like, bigger things. Maybe I should consider getting this for real now. I don't know. This mastery makes it so it increases limit break on block, yeah. Tell you what. I'll wait to get one of the big ones. Because I am kind of curious about getting one of the big ones. So it'll either be Earthen Fury, Judgment Bolt, Aerial Blast, or Flames of Rebirth. I feel like I should get something of those.
How may I help you today?
Anything new?
I don't have that one. You do. Best of luck out there, Sid.
I'll have that one. You do. What? I got your herbs.
I hope you didn't have too much trouble finding the ammonia.
Assuming this is the right thing.
Only the usual.
Oh, yes. This is it. And more than I was expecting. I dare say the patient won't feel a thing. That is, unless I...
No.
You'll do fine. Taya trusts you. Which means I trust you. The hideaway would be lost without skilled physicers like yourself.
Thank you for the kind words. Truly. But... I'm sorry. I'm still terrified. The brand is more than just ink on flesh. It's a death sentence. Milk of the wyvern tail lurking just below the surface of the skin. One ill-conceived incision, a single slip, and the poison fouls the patient's blood.
Oh.
Failure means death, and even success means tremendous pain. Days of agony as the wound heals. I became a physiker to help people, not to kill them. I don't want to kill anyone.
Hey, calm down.
Breakers lead hard lives. And the operation is only the beginning. They toil in the shadows, risking life and limb, knowing their efforts will win them neither glory nor acclaim. And yet we never won for volunteers. Why do you think that is?
Conviction? They're willing to die?
They're willing to fight. To give their lives to create a world where people like us can be more than mere possessions.
Yeah.
Your work isn't easy. But neither is going under the knife. Be a shoulder for your patients to lean on. Stay strong for them.
You got this.
You sound like Taya. you know what she once told me?
What?
It's natural for a patient to feel like they're suffering in solitude. And it's a physicist's duty to see that they don't. Thank you for helping me remember that. I won't falter. Not again.
Good. I'm glad. Quest complete. Do no harm. Bunch of items. Let's get out of here. Now, yeah, that's actually just... I need to know. I don't remember how much it asked for. $2.95. I'm 5 off. Nice. Alright, Vivian. Anything?
Goes the hunt for Kupka.
Largely in circles. We have myriad sightings of strange soldiers in unexpected places, but nothing definitive as yet. If only we knew for certain by what route he left Rosalith.
Well, keep at it. If anyone can piece this puzzle together, it's you. And I'm willing to wait as long as it takes.
Waiting. Waiting.
What? Here?
Yeah.
Would that be a problem?
Do you know, Clive? I believe it a mercy that you didn't inherit your father's throne. Your poor people would surely live in fear of you.
What the hell?
You'll have nothing to worry about on that front. I won't be claiming his crown.
That is a relief.
Clive,
Eh?
have you got a minute?
Otto? What's up?
We, have a guest.
Eh?
A guest?
I'm concerned? Hi there. What's up?
For your trouble.
Pleasure, in hindsight.
Why the heck are you here?
Uncle Byron?
Byron!
Clive, my boy!
What are you doing here?
For your favorite uncle is here.
What? Byron! How do whatever. Ay. Meanwhile, Twinside, seat of the Imperial Court.
The Dhalmekian government sues for peace. How shall we respond?
If they're willing to accept their fault in the matter, I see no reason to refuse them.
Still, we
The heck's that
must
kid doing?
insist on substantial reparations. The Twinside stores are not as bottomless as reported.
Aye, and we have many more mouths to feed. We shall just have to have the Dalmecs empty their treasuries for us.
Of course, none of this would have been possible without your timely intervention, Prince Olivier.
Indeed, I doubt any of us would have had the courage to trade words with the mighty Titan, nor less the wit to win him over.
I don't think the kid did anything.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you, Your Highness.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
Very good.
Now, let us come to the question of precisely when the Dalmecs will withdraw their troops.
Dion's fire could rid us of them in mere moments.
You really gonna put that on your son?
Men of the Fist will not withdraw until a peace treaty is concluded. So let us keep the negotiations open, give them time to gather what gold and trinkets they can, and once they deliver that which we demand,
What worth is a piece of parchment?
Your Radiance, were Prince Dion to take the field, the enemy would surely send their own dominant to meet him.
About that.
And while His Highness would, of course, prevail, there would be heavy losses on both.
You need not fear Hugo Kupka. He is engaged on the Western Front. Even were the Dalmex to send for him, he would not arrive in time. As much as I would enjoy witnessing a clash between Bahamut and Titan, it is not to be.
And what of your subjects, your Radiance? If the fighting spread to the city proper, the people would bear the brunt of it.
There will be losses, it is true.
Do you not care?
Yet for every citizen who falls, another can be bred.
Really?
For every home that burns, another can be built. The Empire will live on. Dion?
Yes, sire.
How awful. Why do you have that flower? Huh?
Prepare for battle.
But sire...
Do not make me repeat myself. Return to your camp and await my orders.
If that is your wish, your Radiance, I shall depart at once.
Doesn't seem like he really wants to do it. I'm just getting sick of her, and I don't know what to think of the child, because the child has no soul, it feels like.
May Gregor forgive you.
Yeah?
What do the astrologers augur?
What?
The stars are in agreement, your Radiance. The shadow of treachery hangs over Prince Dion.
Oh. Uh-oh.
So Annabella's tales were true. You disappoint me, Dion.
I do not understand this child. Well...
What on earth is Uncle Byron doing here?
Great question!
To find out.
Byron, why are you here?
The little ones have been up to them. It's just one thing after another around here.
Byron, I didn't give you an invitation to just raid the place and own it and act like you own it. Why are you being the crazy uncle? Hello, Byron. How's it going?
Ah, my dear nephew. How I've missed you.
What are you doing here?
How did you find this place, Uncle?
Through the good offices of young Sir Wade. He really is the most helpful fellow. As are you, I hear. The Guardians and those they freed tell the most outlandish tales of your heroics in Rosalith.
Well, they're true, but...
Which is why I came, to learn the full truth of the matter. Sort the fact from the fiction, so to speak.
You were working with the Guardians of the Flame to evacuate the people of Rosalith to Port Isolde.
I was, aye.
Then I have questions for you. Please, come inside, Uncle.
Gladly.
Oh. What? Gav?
There are 2,000 gold talents in those chests. See that they're added to my nephew's coffers, would you?
What? Huh?
2,000?
2,000! So, maybe he knows
I'm
something.
afraid that is all I know.
A fleet sailing south past Port Isolde. Most intriguing.
Forgive me for not being able to tell you more. I hadn't the faintest idea Kupka withdrew wounded from Rosalith. Still less that my own nephew dealt the decisive blow.
It's a long story.
What do you think, Vivian?
Any ideas?
I think, with this news of the Dhalmekian fleet and recent reports of the Royalists' movements, that the final piece of the puzzle has fallen into place.
You know where he is?
Come here and I'll show you.
Byron, you might have just saved us in finding out where the heck Kupka went. So, what are we looking at?
It is known that Kupka's forces entered Rosaria via its unguarded coast.
Yeah?
So can the same be said of your visitors from Waloed? Certainly her Royal Navy is famed for the efficiency with which it bears her knights from one battlefield to the next. And in the Einherjar, or Black Galleon, she boasts a vessel nigh as swift and every bit as feared as the kingdom's legendary cavalry. A fitting flagship for a land apart, her naval presence being crucial to her ambitions beyond Ash. Yes, it seems safe to assume that the Royalists did indeed enter Rosaria from the sea. So then, had you a vested interest in Titan's survival, whither would you take him? Why, home to Drake's Fang, a place rich enough in ether to conjure the magics needed to mend his hurts.
Oh.
But would that not entail an arduous voyage around the southern cape? Let us say that the Royalists did put ashore with a mind to spirit Kupka away from under your very nose. Could that truly have been their plan for him? To load him aboard one of the ships flying Republican colors sighted off the coast near Port Isolde. To spend weeks at sea, being tossed hither and yon by unforgiving waves, his life hanging in the balance. No. The journey would mean Titan's death, and Kupka's faithful creatures would not allow it. So what then was the plan of our Waloed friends? Reports suggest they made not for the coast, but for the desert.
Oh.
And by cutting through the Velcroy, a party traveling light would have Titan back in his bed days before a galley could lurch into port. To wit, it was the Royalists, not the Republicans, who effected Hugo Kupka's safe retreat. I would stake your life on it.
Why my life? But it seems like the overarching idea is that Kupka is back at that place.
So it was the Waloeders who spirited the wretch away.
Yeah.
Now I think about it, there was something a little strange about the ships I saw.
What do you mean?
The men seemed almost crestfallen, as if in mourning.
Really?
As if they believed, or were made to believe, that their master was dead.
Oh.
You have a keen mind, Lord Rosfield.
Interesting.
And you have your answer. To find Kupka, you have merely to follow the Royalist trail across the Velcroy. It may well have gone cold by now, but as they say in the Republic, all roads lead to Drake's Fang.
Very well.
Allow me to accompany you part of the way.
I cannot risk your life,
As
buddy.
luck would have it, I had intended to journey Canberward on business after visiting you here. The Fang would be but a short detour.
I'd be glad of the company.
All right.
Give me a moment to make ready. I need to tell my friends what we've learned. And where we're going.
Very well, but be quick about it, my boy. Time waits for no man.
Yeah. Well, Byron definitely saved us there.
Mid's finished outfitting her little
Otto.
workshop by here.
Otto. Kupka's at Drake's Fang. I'll be leaving before sunset.
You're not going in there alone, are you?
No?
Don't worry. I'm not going there to destroy the Mother Crystal. All I'm after is Kupka's head. I won't risk any more than I have to. I promise.
The Lanza and the Fang are all Kupka's personal fiefdom. You have any trouble on the way, you ask for Rosina Dalimil. Some call her the Desert Hare.
Alright.
An old associate of Sid's, and only Sid's. All I know is the name, and that they used to meet at the Dalimil Inn. We've heard nothing from her since he died. But I'm thinking maybe the new Sid might be able to bring her back into the fold.
Alright.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
Sounds good.
So, what about your uncle? I mean, he's welcome to stay, but...
Oh, he's coming with me.
Don't look so worried. He'll be coming with me.
Thank fuck for that.
Gav, Otto, I'm leaving you two in charge.
You can count on us.
Poor Gav. Alright, Byron, let's get going.
All right, Uncle. I'm ready to depart. Shall we?
We shall. Come, let us away to adventure.
Silly uncle. I was gonna move on. Finally entering a new area type. Like a new section of the map. The Velcroy Desert, northwest in Dhalmekia, a vast arid sea of sand and stone that has been slowly consuming western Dhalmekia since time immemorial. Into the desert. Oh boy. The Dhalmekian Republic. Here we are. And Torgal.
I was a young man when last I walked this path.
Really? No.
There's an old trading post not far from here. The road to Drake's Fang leads through it.
Alright.
The trading post it is.
Let's go. Ooh boy. Riddle of the Sands. Oh, I can actually still have Ambrosia here. I'll walk for a bit. Why not?
Destination lies over that dune, beyond the ruins.
Helldiver.
All too easy to lose one's bearings in the sand.
Just to kind of get a feel for the area, I guess. Okay, I'm kind of okay with that. Ambrosia, I don't know how you get everywhere, but I'm not complaining.
Years ago, when you were just a boy, you and I rode this way together.
Really?
Accompanying your father on a scouting expedition to Drake's Fang.
He let me come with you.
I'm not surprised you don't remember. It was just before Joshua was born. You were so eager to be there when your brother arrived that you whipped your chocobo too hard on the journey home and fell from the saddle. I shall never forget how Elwyn fussed over you as you sat in the sand, bawling like a babe.
Funny. I love Byron. He's kind of just here for the ride. Oh, here we are.
Who do you think those soldiers were?
Never mind, we're not here yet. Just a little quick stop. A little oasis right here.
Ah, there she is. The good old Dalimil Inn. Do you know, this heat has given me quite a thirst. Quick drink before we press on?
Sure. Wouldn't do us any good to die out in the desert. See you, Ambrosia. Torgal? Uh-oh. Something's wrong here. Eh?
Look, there. Those are Ashen steeds. No doubt about it.
And such a long ride from Stonehere. Our Waluda friends must be soothing their saddle sores in the inn. Shall we join them?
Is that a good idea?
Run along and play now, Torgal. Dogs aren't allowed inside.
No. No. All right. This could be dangerous. I feel like we're about to start a fight in an inn. Sit. Hmm.
Good day to you.
Hi.
Eating?
Sorry about my pal. He only talks when his mouth's full. What do you recommend?
Well, if you're after something light, we do a fine chocobo soup with lentils and honey.
2 bowls of that, then. An ale.
Right you are.
Hey, girl!
Coming!
Your pal? Would you rather be my squire?
We can't exactly make ourselves obvious here. Why are we following this person? Wait! What? Why are you here? Joshua. It's not looking good.
Your Grace, it is plain you are not yet well enough to travel. If you would only let me take you to someone who can better attend to your ills.
No, we must press on.
Please.
Prince Leon has returned to his camp and will soon depart for the front. I must speak with him at all costs. Miss this chance and I may never get another. You do understand that?
Yes, Your Grace. But you must at least agree to take your medicine. I'll fetch you some water.
Joshua. Are we finally gonna come into contact with this person for the first time after a long time? Or after just ever, really, I think. So tantalizingly close to interacting. Drink.
Keep watch, they tell us. But all I see is sand.
I hear they got our guest back to the Fang without any trouble. We'll be leaving soon enough.
Uh-oh.
Why the Lord Commander dragged us all this way just to save that blockhead Skim, we'll never know. Dominant or not, he's a bloody idiot.
Byron?
That'll be Cooker, then.
Byron! Shut up!
Well, let's get this down us. We've a long way to go.
Hey, you.
Well, Byron.
Sorry.
Don't you dare.
Can you walk, Your Grace?
What's wrong?
I fear trouble may be brewing downstairs.
Byron, why? You just had to say
You are
nothing.
travelers, are you not? Me and my companions are strangers here.
We're traveling too, buddies.
Perhaps you'd be good enough to accompany us a while. Help us find our way.
Sorry, lads, but we've got business in camera that can't wait.
Ah, I'm sure you could spare us an hour or two. Friend.
Stop. Byron! I don't understand either, guys. What is this guy doing?
I'm afraid we don't have a moment to lose.
See ya. All right.
Stay back, Uncle.
Gladly.
Byron. Byron. You're a freaking idiot. Sorry about the end.
Bravo, my boy! Just like that!
All right. We gotta go, Byron. We gotta leave. This is all your fault, Byron. Sorry about the end. Stop eating!
For your trouble.
What? Byron!
Word of advice, miss. That soup could do with a touch more salt.
What? I mean, I guess it's a lot of gold at least, question mark. What?
Now's our chance.
Joshua?
Your Grace?
I'm fine.
Well, there they go. Sorry about the mess. Byron, why? Oh no. Wait. The Phoenix Feather. Joshua.
Clive?
Come on.
What is it now?
It's nothing.
Let's go.
Well, Torgal! Sorry about the commotion we've made. Interesting how the Phoenix's feathers seem to, like, do something with Joshua nearby.
Where are you? Well, we didn't know where to find Kupka before. We do now.
The Royalists said it themselves. Their guest is in the...
What's going on here? They're waiting for us, aren't they?
Ah, they've closed the road. And it's the only way from here to the Fang. It would seem Lord Kupka is not accepting visitors at present.
We have to get through that gate.
Not by force, I trust. We've attracted quite enough unwanted attention already.
By guile, then. Perhaps the Desert Hare can offer us her aid.
Rosina Dalamil, woman of mystery. But how will we find her? We know naught of her but her name.
And that she was working with Cid. Cid's other collaborators have all been people of means. The wealthiest and most successful members of their communities.
Yeah?
I'll wager this Rosina Dalamil is the same.
That would certainly help to narrow the search. We need only inquire as to who is in charge of the town.
And that's exactly what I mean to do.
Looks like we won't be getting back to Drake's Fang anytime soon.
Hanging lanterns, keep the darkness from your door.
You there.
For Gilbert's sake, you're a bearer. Anything I can help you with, travelers?
Allow me. My good man, we represent one of the oldest and greatest trading houses of Port Isolde. We're seeking to expand our business in the region and would very much like to make the acquaintance of Dalamil's leading entrepreneurs. If only we knew where to find them.
Well, we're best known for our baths, our markets, and our smithies. I suppose you could do worse than start your search at one of those.
Thank you.
Thank you. You've been most helpful. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know a lady by the name of Rosina Dalamil, would you?
No, I can't say I do.
Well, thank you all the same.
Alright. Madam.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?
I won't keep you long. I'm looking for someone. A woman by the name of Rosina Dalamil. Do you know her?
Never heard of her. Is that all?
One more question. If I wanted to find the richest trader in town, where would you recommend that I look?
Oh, that's easy. The Briar's Kiss. Won't find a finer smithy this side of the strait. Yeah, he's only a young sprig. But he's got all the right ideas.
The Briar's Kiss, you say? Thank you.
I think I know where we're headed.
Young sprig is the person we're looking for. You said Cid's contact was likely to be an influential sort. Influence comes with age and experience. Believe you me.
It can be young people too.
Mummy, I want to play with the crystal. How many times do I have?
Hey there.
Can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking for a woman by the name of Rosina Dalamil. A long-standing pillar of your community, I believe, from old trading stock.
Then you should ask Ferda. He's been here for years. Knows the place and its people like the back of his hand. And he's in with all the old merchant families.
Sounds good.
That's where you'll usually find him.
Thank you kindly.
We're going on a wild goose chase for this one person.
Well, it sounds like we have our man.
Perhaps. Let's go and find out exactly what this Ferda knows. Excuse me. Are you Ferda?
I am. Can I help you, travelers?
Yes, you
I
can.
hope so. You've lived here for some time, is that correct? Do you know Rosina Dalamil? We believe she may be a trader of some renown.
And what business do you have with the Desert Hare?
She was a close friend of mine. I was hoping she might be able to help me.
Very well. Go to the Bordello. I'll arrange an introduction.
All right.
Silver, do you think we can trust him?
Only as far as I think he trusts us.
Well, we're about to find out.
So you're the ones who've been sniffing around.
I beg your pardon?
Don't play the fool. Stick your nose in our business and you're likely to lose it.
I'm not gonna go easy on you, I hope you realize.
It's over.
What?
Get him.
See ya. Enemies bested. All good? Alright. Is somebody gonna tell me where the Desert Hare is? I'm not here for murder.
Looking for him or her?
Him. The boss. He wanted us to test you.
Though one could hardly call that a test.
Lord Ferda?
Look what the cat dragged in.
Your skill with the blade is rare indeed, my lord. A fitting talent for an outlaw.
Oh.
You know who I am?
Yeah.
So what now? Call in the Men of the Rock and collect the bounty?
That isn't my decision to make. Our work is done. Take him to meet his precious Rosina. She will be interested to make his acquaintance.
Yes, my lord.
Alright.
To the Lock of Leisure, then.
What? Okay.
To the Lock of Leisure.
Lock of Leisure.
Plates and pots!
Plates and pots!
Fresh bread, warm from the oven. The most fragrant herbs.
My carpets.
My carpets.
Is this the place?
Ubor's Forge. The Briar's Kiss.
Hmm.
Ah, so it was the young sprig after all. So much for Rosina Dalamil being a woman of experience. How wrong I was.
It was an easy mistake to make, Uncle. After all, it must have been years since Sid last saw her. Sorry, him. Whoever this Lubor truly is, he's clearly a man of means. I'd say he deserves our respect.
See that he gets it.
Alright.
Lubor, Lord Ferda told me to bring them to you.
Hi there.
My boys tell me you're in need of assistance. Sid the Second.
Oh. You already know.
I won't waste your time. I need passage through the south gate.
Please?
Tell me, what do you think is a merchant's most important commodity? Trust. Everyone knows that. Without it, you have nothing. And nothing is exactly what you have. And so, for you, I too have nothing. I'm not in the business of helping every lost puppy that wanders in off the street. I'm a busy man, as you can see.
Let's leave this mummer to his farce.
By all means. Find someone else to help you on your way. Just be sure to tell them you're not the two travelers from the inn the guards are looking for. Don't want them jumping to conclusions, do we?
Why, you...
So, what do we need to do to earn your trust?
I like this one. Willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants.
Just answer the question.
Men like you have a special place in my heart. Why, you ask? Because they get me what I want. Always.
You're a greedy little man, aren't you? Or person, whatever.
So
I don't know.
what do you want?
Don't tell me you're gonna listen to this swaggering scruff.
Byron?
Might as well hear him out. It's only natural that an ally of Sid's would seek assurances of strangers. Assuming he is an ally, of course. 5 years ago, he would have still been a boy.
Yeah.
Yet even then, I had more good sense than a man, 5 times my age? But enough of the pleasantries. We were speaking of what I want.
Correct.
I want you to put an end to the trouble in Dalamil.
Huh?
Return to me when you have done so, and you shall have my aid. Until then, I bid you good day.
What are you talking about?
Trouble! If you're going to give us orders, be clear about them, damn you!
Manners, Greybeard. One catches more damselflies with honey than with vinegar.
What did you call me?
My apologies. A word of advice in recompense. Follow the crystals.
Eh?
But that was 3. Oh, I'm making this too easy for you.
What? I don't get it.
It will be easy. Solving his little riddle should be like dealing with him. Child's play.
Byron, please.
Let's divide our forces, Clive. I'd rather not drag this parlor game on any longer than we need to.
All right. Good luck, Uncle.
Don't get in any more trouble, please, for the love of God. Follow the crystals.
I thought we were the only ones causing trouble in Dalamil.
You there!
Do you have a moment?
Depends what for.
Just a question. Dalamil seems to be thriving compared to the other villages I came through on the way. Is there a reason for that?
Well, we're a stone's throw from Drake's Fang for one. The soldiers guarding the Mother Crystal and the shipments need a place to spend their hard-earned gil. The men of the Rock throw their money about like there's no tomorrow.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Don't let me keep you from your work any longer.
Alright. Next up, there's a guy back here. You there!
Excuse me. Is it true there's been trouble with crystals of late?
You've heard, then?
I've heard rumors.
Yeah.
Damn thieves.
Oh.
Pilfering the crystals that were meant to fill our cups and light our stoves. Us common folk have hardly had a shard to share between us these last few moons. And it isn't as if we can buy them on the black market either. Whoever's taking them, they aren't sharing.
I see. I think I'm starting to get the picture here. The issue is that someone's hoarding the crystals all of a sudden.
A deposit?
The crystals are kind of important here, it seems.
You wouldn't believe how much you need. What can I do for you, soldier? Need that sword polishing?
I'm not a soldier.
Oh, then be off with you. I serve the men of the Rock and the men of the Rock only.
You have an agreement with them?
Don't be stupid. I just know which side my bread is buttered. Don't want to be stuck under some pauper when they come knocking. With pockets deeper than Zemeckis and an urge to empty them. No, just leave, will you? Before you scare them off.
Alright.
I think I'm starting to get an idea of what's been going on. I wonder if Uncle Byron's learned anything of use.
Byron?
He'll probably be back at the inn by now.
Oh no.
What was all that crashing and banging about before?
It's you, the one who broke all our furniture.
I apologize.
Haven't you caused enough trouble already?
I'm looking for my pal. Have you seen him?
The gentleman who was with you? Yes, he's upstairs, but...
Uh-oh. I got a bad feeling.
I'll go and fetch him.
Sorry about before. Byron?
Let me treat you.
What the? Byron? The heck are you doing?
Will this suffice as a deposit?
By the sands. That's a black pearl.
One of the many treasures in my collection that I would be only too happy to part with, should you give me reason to do so.
Huh.
All right. I'm sure that we can come to an agreement.
This is a bit dangerous, but...
What are you doing, Uncle?
This could work. Alright. Byron? What did you just do?
Care to explain why you're giving gifts to Kupka's men?
Bait, my boy. One cannot catch one's prey without it. And I do believe I've snagged us quite the quarry. I started by asking around the markets as to where I might purchase crystals. I had no luck, of course. It's forbidden to trade in such things. But my uncharacteristic indiscretion just happened to attract the attention of those uniformed ruffians.
Byron.
They took me aside and said they could procure the crystal I sought if I proved I could pay for it.
So the pearl was your proof?
I thought they'd ask for more. A second-rate specimen like that would only fetch 500,000 or so.
What?
A small price to pay for admittance to the underworld.
I'll be.
That's enough about my little act of subterfuge. What did you discover?
That the supply of crystals has dried up of late. And some people seem to think they're being stolen. Meanwhile, members of Kupka's private guard have been spending money all over town. I'll wager those soldiers you've been talking to have been siphoning off crystals meant for elsewhere, and pocketing the profits.
I'll wager you're right.
We'll meet with them then, just as you arranged.
Thanks, Byron.
Put an end to the trouble Lubor spoke of.
Ha! That preening popinjay thought this would be difficult. It just goes to show one should never underestimate a Rosfield.
Shut it, shut it,
We'll
shut it,
soon
shut,
wipe
shut,
that
shut.
Smirk off his face. I arranged to meet with the soldiers in a secluded corner of the Velcroy, far from prying eyes.
The perfect place for a spot of double dealing.
I trust I can count on your support if things turn sour.
Yeah.
Of course.
At this point, I'm starting to realize the uncle is very willing to get themselves into trouble. A little too willing, to be honest with you. A little far too willing to get themselves into trouble. But, hey, it's worked out for us. Oh, Byron. How are you not dead?
Come on.
Let's go! We ride! So that's funny. Meanwhile, we're going about this trying to gather information. Meanwhile, Byron accidentally stumbles his way into just free bargaining for it. Gotta love it. Still though, hopefully it's worked and we can get these crystals back and get Amelia over to Drake's Head. Fang, sorry. Alright. Should I hide? Or... Oh, I think I see our friends. Baron, your turn.
I'll take it from here.
Stay safe. Well, I'll be. Holy moly.
I was beginning to think you weren't coming, my lord. You've brought your contribution?
All the silver and stones I could scrape together at such short notice?
You brought the whole 500 talents.
That was the price we agreed upon, yes? If you've no objections, I'd like to see the crystal.
Of course. Right this way, my lord.
Well, I'll be. Yeah. They've taken them all.
Not bad at all. You weren't lying about the clarity. But what of security? If I were to be stopped on the road, what guarantee have I that it wouldn't be seized as property of the Republic?
Because these crystals are no longer the property of the Republic. You're not buying from us. You're buying from them.
Oh?
And we have no more jurisdiction here than you, my lord. But we have ships, and will gladly deliver to a port of your choosing, now that our price has been met.
Royalists, eh? What brings you here?
Why, to collect their share of Drake's Fang's blessing, of course. Our nations are allies, and so they are entitled to a portion of the Mother Crystal's bounty. And being such good friends, we elected to increase that portion and share the benefits. And now that these crystals are officially property of the Kingdom of Waloed, we are duty-bound not to interfere, no matter where they might happen to end up next.
Did you get all that? They're in cahoots!
So it would seem.
Yep.
My lord, what is the meaning of this?
The meaning is that you're stupid.
Crossing dogs. They're not here to do business. Kill them. Kill them both.
I'm here to steal your crystals. Gimme. Hang in there.
I'm just getting warmed up.
Good.
You're finished. Soil and stone.
Die! Crush! Huh. Enemy slain. Oh boy.
Well, that wasn't too bad. How'd you like my performance, huh? I've often played the villain on the stage. I think I did the role justice.
Greybeard, you were magnificent.
Hey!
The scene was particularly thrilling. Such a shame you didn't have more of an audience, but perhaps that's for the best.
How long have you been watching?
Probably the whole time.
Enough to witness your uncle's sordid transaction. I hardly expected one so venerable to degrade himself so thoroughly, buying one's way into the confidence of degenerates. Ingenious.
This was the trouble you spoke of. The men of the Rock taking crystals meant for the common folk and conspiring with the Royalists. Well, now it's over.
Indeed it is. The people of Dalimil had scarcely any means of redress against Kupka's men, let alone a foreign army.
Huh.
Until you two came along, that is.
Now you got a lot of crystals to work with here. So, how do we get this all back?
Well, we'd better get these crystals back to town. You won't mind waiting with them while I fetch a wagon.
Sure. Kind of the least I can do at this point. Sometime later.
It occurs to me that I still don't know your name.
Clive.
Hey.
So, Sid the
Bruh.
Second is a Clive. I suppose it could have been worse. Well, Clive, you held up your end of the bargain, so I must do the same. Passage through the South Gate, was it not?
Correct.
To tell the truth, you've helped a little there too. Many of the guards have already been redeployed to deal with the issue of their missing comrades.
Oh.
And those left behind have been encouraged to look the other way should you attempt to pass through.
What do you mean by that?
And please allow me to cover your costs. You still have the purse I gave to the soldiers, I trust? I saw you pluck it from one of the bodies.
Oh, dear. Was I really so obvious?
Kinda.
And my name is not Greybeard. It is Lord Byron Rosfield, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Greybeard.
Bruh.
Here, wear this.
Eh? You obtained a desert rose from
Any friend of
Lubor.
mine who sees you with it shall be a friend of yours.
I like
Thank
it.
you, Lubor.
And please, feel free to send one of my Stoluses back to your people. Tell them that Rosina Dalimil is back in bed with Sid.
Huh. May I ask why you go by the alias of Rosina Dalimil? Anyways. Go! Go, Birdie!
I'm trusting you, Sid. Or should I say, Clive?
Both works.
So be sure not to let me down. I have a reputation to uphold.
Alright, buddy. I would say stay out of trouble, but I get the feeling you're all about getting into trouble, so... have fun.
Well then, I wish you a safe journey south.
Thank you.
Not at all. It was my pleasure.
Alright.
Come on,
Iron.
Uncle. Let's go.
Quest complete. We move. Wait a minute. There's no side quests. How many are we talking? 2 at least.
I've never even forged a button. Perhaps Forge Master Luber's having fun at my expense.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
Neither would I.
Hi.
Oh, wait. Are you Clive?
Yeah.
Sorry, my mind was elsewhere.
No worries.
Sava, Master Luber's least accomplished apprentice.
Quite a title.
Soon to be former apprentice if I don't pass this test. Maybe I'm just not the resourceful type.
What do you need?
People are buying up weapons faster than the Briar's Kiss can forge them, and here I am, unable to make a decent bit of kitchenware. He wants me to make a carving knife, one that embodies the spirit of Dalamil. Whatever that's supposed to mean. I don't suppose you have any idea what he's on about, do you?
I'm afraid not.
Nope.
Never mind. Thought I'd ask. It was that or pack my bags.
I could give you a hand.
I could give you a hand if you like. I know how busy the Briar's Kiss has been, and that Lubor needs all the capable hands he can find.
I'd be a fool to refuse.
So, where do we start?
Good question. If I'm honest, I've never made any kind of knife before. And then there's this little riddle to keep in mind. The spirit of Dalamil. Nothing is ever simple with that man.
It's really not.
The way I see it, there's only one way we'll be solving Lubor's puzzle. We need information. The more the better.
You're right. There's no point fumbling in the dark, I suppose. Now, who to speak to first? Well, there's plenty of folk in Dalamil who use knives for a living. There's the butcher, of course, and any number of cooks. They're bound to have an opinion or two about the tools of their trade. All right. I think we have a plan. Let's get to it, shall we?
All right.
Talk to every cook I can find. You speak to the butcher, and anyone else you can think of.
All right. Good luck.
Let's hope that someone says something useful.
Carving out a niche. Actually, I think I'll take a... I'll wait.
Lubor to take a simple test and turn it into a riddle. I better get to it.
Let's actually have let's actually wait on doing the quests. Let's just continue the story for a bit, so long as the game does not, you know, tell me like, hey, you continue on, you're going to lose stuff.
Lubor was true to his word.
Albie? Thanks, Lubor.
We should get going soon.
What do you want?
Do you have water?
Directions? Either take this road to the Fang, or piss off back the way you came.
Alright. I'll get out of your hair.
Ah, I'm not too late.
Oh, Lubor.
What is it, Lubor?
A question that I neglected to ask earlier.
Yeah?
Where is it that you're bound?
Dragon's Fang. Drake's Fang, sorry.
To finish Hugo Kupka.
Just as I thought. Then allow me to share a secret.
Oh?
Drake's Fang is currently riddled with royalists. Talmeki and Waloed are allies, and as you have seen, their soldiers work hand in glove. But no nation has ever before allowed a foreign army to make a barracks of its holiest of holies.
Strange.
By choice, at least.
And there's more. My man on the inside of the Fang has failed to report for several days.
Oh.
I fear there may be more trouble lying in wait for you on the road ahead.
You want me to look for him?
Isn't there always?
If you're determined to beard the lion's den, then promise me one thing. That you will enter via the mines, where the guard is lightest.
Got it. Lubor?
I've lost one Cid already. If I lose another, people will start to think me careless.
I don't plan on dying. Not before Kupka does, anyway.
Well, so long as you have a plan.
Yeah. Byron, I feel like it's about time you maybe not join. I don't want you risking your life in freaking
Drake's Fang should be
Drake's
just beyond
Fang.
these springs. Shall we press on?
Especially considering I don't want you to go Akashic. If we're going into the... If we're going to go in there, then wouldn't it be dangerous for us? Or for him? I find it interesting how it's always like... It's never like a good amount of gil. It's like 10. It's just like a it's just like a few coins. The Jaw. That's a cool name for an area, I feel. off my chocobo. There it is.
There it is.
Thank you for saying my words. Hmm.
Kupka will be hiding inside.
Along with goodness knows how many guards, all on highest alert. You'll need to keep your wits about you if you're to reach him. So be careful.
I will, Uncle.
Thank you.
Before you go, Clive, allow me to apologize.
Huh? What do you mean?
After what befell at Phoenix Gate and the crisis that followed in its wake, I fled. I retreated to my counting house and danced attendance upon the Vicereine in the hope it would bring me favor. I betrayed my nation to save my skin, like the coward I am.
It's fine.
And I'm sorry.
Uncle, please.
It's not too late, Clive. Rosaria is yours by right, and there are those that would help you to take it back. Had I the courage of my brother, I might already have done so. But that ship has sailed. You, however...
No. Forgive me, but I cannot. I fight to build a new world now. A better world. Where men can live and die on their own terms.
Yeah.
I was raised in a nation that strove to improve the plight of bearers. Only later did I realize that spark of freedom did not arise by chance, but was kindled by my father. You would see me follow in his footsteps. And that is exactly what I mean to do. Not by ruling Rosaria, but by extending his ideals to the whole of the twins. Though every soul in the realm may judge my actions heresy, I am certain my cause is just.
You really are just like him, you know?
Uncle.
Thank you, Clive, for coming back to me. I am proud to call you nephew.
Aww. Uncle.
Well then, this is where we must part ways. Wish me luck in convincing my Canvarian friend to share his considerable talents.
Good luck.
I mean to plunder his coffers and prove myself worthy of a place in your merry band.
Alright.
Till then, my boy.
Till then, go safely, Uncle.
And you, nephew. We have much to catch up on, you and I. I shall expect you to regale me with the tales of all your adventures when next we meet. You can regale me too, Torgal.
No. He likes you. Alright, Torgal. It's just you and me now.
I'm coming for you, Kupka.
You know, I just realized it now makes ever since Torgal became his own whatchamacallit, became his own what's the word I'm looking for, dang it? Shoot, what's the word I'm looking for? Dominant. Ever since like the half dominant thing with Torgal happened, it makes me realize that's probably why he was fine during the Ether Floods. That's because, well, the whole, like, he's basically kind of a dominant. At the very least, he's enough like one to where he can live through ether floods and high amounts of ether. Anyways, Drake's Fang. Unlike the other mother crystals of Ilithia that towers above the realm, Drake's Fang lies buried deep within a hollow crag scholars called a geo. Into the geode we go. Time to shatter another mother crystal. But, more importantly, you. Metal hands.
Why do they still hurt? What has that gutter rat done to me? Out of my sight, witch!
Seriously?
I'll kill you, Rosfield!
It's you again.
I'll tear you limb from limb!
Peace, Hugo. The table shan't hurt you any longer.
He sought to humiliate me. Me! If you hadn't interfered, he would be dead!
You
No.
truly believe you would have triumphed had the battle continued?
Titan would have ground him into dust!
And how would he have done that without his head?
Shut up!
You weren't strong enough, and you call yourself a dominant. Or rather, you did.
You mock me, Harbard.
Harvard? He does mock you.
Do you see, Hugo? You are weak. But so long as that fire burns within you, there is still hope. There may yet be a way for you to take your revenge.
Tell me, what must I do? Please, I'll do anything. Just tell me.
Oh.
The heart.
What of it?
A mother crystal's heart is the most concentrated source of ether in all creation. Perhaps you could take advantage of that. Of course, the crystal would not yield her blessing to any ordinary man. But then, you are no ordinary man, are you, Hugo? Clive Rosfield stole your power, but others have suffered a similar fate, and still managed to find the strength to conjure their icon.
You're gonna make him do the same as Garuda.
Benedicta Harmon. She too drank of the ether and gained a power beyond human understanding.
She did.
How do you know that?
Benedicta. Benedict. I'll do it. My love. I'll avenge you.
Oh no.
Run along now, Hugo. You need only follow the light.
Oh, we're still gonna fight Titan.
Muthos is here. Very well, it shall be so.
Who are you?
You may leave everything to me, Your Majesty.
Oh god, those are echoes. Alright. Come on, Torgal. Drake's Fang. Here we are. Death. Torgal? What's the matter? Fresh blood? What? What the heck? What the heck's happening here? What are these? Orcs. Great. Alright.
Did the royalists bring them from Ash?
Into the darkness.
Are the beastmen part of the Waluda army now? How the hell did that happen?
That's curious. Alright. Burn! Well, this is going to be interesting.
Taken over the entire mine.
Yeah. Come here. Goodbye.
So much for the men of the Rock. Dhalmekia's finest.
Yeah, and now they're all gone to a bunch of orcs. Ow. Sorry. Ear felt weird for a second. Orcish Mesmerizer. Oh great, there are orcs that can use magic here. I'll read it later. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have... I guess if it, yeah, we're definitely gonna be fighting Titan, aren't we? I want to fight Titan, considering how giant it looked. Let me fight the big boy. Ow. Crush. Come with me. Get down there. Punch! Goodbye. Hey, so many of them. Further down we go. Sorry, I was looking at some. Like we're all here. The favor of lightning. Lightning rod. What have we here? A lot of stairs.
Stairs. This must be the way out.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay, for some reason I thought I could go that way. What the heck? Oh, hi. Big boy. Orcish warlord.
Sneaking past this one.
You can teleport. Not chance. Down. Here you go. Gotcha. Gotcha. Ow. Down. See ya. God, getting those parries with Titan is so satisfying. You know, maybe I should upgrade Titan in that case for, well, there was also the whole fact I was going to try and get... This could be helpful. It would be if I knew where to put it. I guess I can put it here. And then I'll just reset that. All right, I think I'm okay with that for now. Yeah, I love the counter. The Titan counter. Oh boy. Are we already close to the crystal?
By the flames.
You built a whole house down here.
Come on, Torgal.
Whole mansion. It honestly does kind of feel like this place is more well.
Do things by halves, as if taking the Mother Crystal for his own wasn't enough. He had to build his castle in it.
It is more well kept than all the other ones we've seen so far. Though, considering this big open area right here, I get the feeling we're about to get into a big fight. Whether it be against Kupka or not, I do not know. Let's find out. Who awaits me in here? Oh, you!
Let the trial begin.
Torgal? Uh-oh. What the? Undertaker, spirits within. Ah. Okay. Gotcha. Down. Break you. Now. Crush. Not good. Ow. Gotcha. Down. Goodbye. The Undertaker vanquished. Did I satisfy you in your trial? Ah. Eh? Oh, we'll just roll out the red carpet, will ya?
Seems we're expected.
All right.
So this is the power of Mythos.
Mythos? Why do you keep calling me that? Here I come, Kupka. Oh.
Did the orcs do this too?
Huh. How interesting. No, I don't think the orcs did this. Die! Level up. Level 32. Very nice. What have we back here? Did that guy get them all killed? Like the guy who's been calling me Mythos? See ya.
What the hell is going on? Are these things here for me? Or for him?
I don't think they're here for the him. I mean, what are you gonna do with the man with no hands, anyways? Open. Oh, hey, here's the throne room. Bravery. Enhancing your performance in battle. Okay. Thanks for the warning. Not... I gotta remember that I don't use that anymore. Gather them all up. Let me destroy his throne. He destroyed ours. I should destroy his. Whatever.
Are these nightmares? Is this your doing, Ultima?
What is Ultima? There's a lich.
Let's try.
Help! Crunch. Okay, I need to learn. Crunch. Fire. I just want to counter, man. I know I probably shouldn't be relying on that only, but... what? Is that not the right way to go? Okay. Guess look at this. Okay. Thank you, boy. Kupka? Anybody home? Oh boy.
You've been busy, Kupka. Where did you go?
Eh? There it is.
The heart.
Yep.
He's in the sanctuary. I can feel it.
Favor of upheaval. Let's go. Torgal, honestly, I would like for you to get out of here because I get the feeling we're gonna be fighting Titan. And if this is true, please don't get hurt. Then again, I guess you survived Garuda, so maybe I'm crazy. The Inner Sanctum. One last fight.
Just what I needed.
Thank you, Torgal. Good rinse.
We can win!
Crush! Burn.
That better be the last of them.
There he is. I think. Right? Unless it's the other guy. Yep, that's him.
Benedicta, my everything. I've missed you so much. Kuka!
Yeah? Oh.
I swear to you, my love. We will never be parted again.
What's wrong with him?
Seeing what he wants to see. Yep. There's no one there. Oh.
You get away from her.
Ifrit.
Benedicta!
Uh-oh. Not good.
Oh shit, he's priming.
Come on. Okay. Ah.
Not now.
Please. If you're gonna do this. Need Ifrit. I need Ifrit now. Come on.
Find him.
Focus.
You can do it again. Let the flames burn within you. No. Let them burn without. Come to me, Ifrit!
Let's burn. Eh? I am Ifrit. Come on! Uh-oh. Okay. Ow. No, no, no. Here he comes! Here comes big boy. Fighting. Still without hands, I see. never mind. He's got hands. Oh boy. It's just like with Benedicta. Here we go. Time to burn. Geocrush. Voice of the land. Geocrush. Holy crap! Nope. Hang in there. Here he comes. Gotcha. Just keep throwing fireballs. Hang in there. Oh, this is awesome. Nope. Geocrush. Staggered. Come on, Titan. What now? Oh, there he goes. Lot of rocks. Hey, look, it's actually properly doing what I'm doing in gameplay, just spamming fireballs.
Nice trick.
A shield?
But if you can do it, so could I.
Really? You learned Brimstone. All right. What are you doing? I don't like that we're just kind of in his territory. What are you doing? Stone's throw. Sir, that's a little more than a stone. Clive has learned the ability Brimstone from Titan. Hold it and release R2 and square to emit a violent explosion. Hold it longer to increase explosion size and strength. Cancel the charge without triggering the explosion. Invulnerable while charging it. Suffering an attack, however, will automatically trigger the explosion.
Let's give this a try.
Interesting. Handy. Earth Shaker. Geocrush. Come on. Earthshaker. Nope. Boom. Strip mine. Okay. Ow. Ow. Geo Crush. Boom. Gotcha. Almost done. Boom. No. Oh, come on. Ow. Oh. Let me go. Throw. That's not it. What is that? Is that Mother Crystal? What's that gonna do to him? Uh-oh. Oh dear. Oh, that's new. Seeing their eyes go red like that. Great question. Earthen Fury. Okay. Ow, me. Ow. Ow. So, what just happened? Oh no. Oh. Oh. That is awesome. Okay, how do we fight this? All right, very well. Understand. Titan lost. Just keep firing. What is this? How did a tiny crystal do all this? All right. I have zero idea how we're supposed to do damage to this thing. Well, I guess being on top, it's a start. Eat tiny fireballs! Keep moving! Oh, ow, ow, ow. Oh, come on! Why are you allowed to just destroy those? Shouldn't that hurt you? You would think that would hurt you. Please stop. Please no. I'm about the size of a fly. Yeah, dodge. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that did anything. Yeah. I don't think the rock can burn. Need a plan here. Okay, that works. Oh! That'll do.
I've got you now.
Come on, Titan. This is insane! Oh my god. Help. I still don't know if we're doing anything. No. Okay. Just figure that every attack has a shockwave. Yep. That seems like a safe bet at least. Except for that attack, oddly enough. I don't know why that attack doesn't have a shockwave. I didn't know if I needed to do that or not. I was scared. Is this the crystals? Yep. There! Staggered. Punch! Oh! Fireballs! Move. All right, we're on the move again. Can't catch me. Stone's throw. Okay. Oh, the music's going in too. Fire! Ow! I did not even try with that one, I'm gonna be real with you. Granite Rain. Oh my. My head itches! I almost forgot what the dodge button was for a second for some reason. Come on, Titan! Boom! Boom! Oh, come on. Oh! I'm over here now. Weep! What now? Oh! Stone's throw. Nice try. Oh, okay, I almost did not do that. I realized last second there. I don't know why I used the ability. I got stuck in like I was in actual, like, normal combat. Oh, Greg. Granite Rain. Just keep watch the ground. Just keep watch the ground. Hang in there. Uh-oh. Run out of space here. Stone's throw. Gotcha. Break his arm! Here we go. Okay. Push back! Oh! Return to sender! Ooh. Is that a weak point I see? Come on! There goes both your arms, huh? It's just like before, isn't it? Okay. Give me that arm! Or tendril thing! Oh, yes! Bring it back! Oh, I got clear away. Come on! It's anyone that has a sparkle, isn't it? Also that. Oh, that was close. Okay. Where? Come on! Oh! Goodbye! Split into. Are you kidding me? Why are you alive? You should be dead. We'll fall together. Oh, this is insane. Come on. I should have saved that. I don't know why I'd use that. Come on. At least your attack patterns are not the most strange ones I've seen. Burn. What the heck's going on? Uh-oh. Woo! Just give up! Stone's throw! Earthshaker. I don't even think that did anything. I need to get comfy. I don't understand how to speak anymore after this fight. Die! Nope. Earthshaker. Gotcha. Boom. Are you not done yet? Finally! Dodge! Burn! Okay. Ow. Okay. can I? Last resort. Come on. Give me something. Let's go. Oh. I think I can work with this. There we go. Uh-oh. Dodge! It's over! Finally. Huh. Titan slain. Holy moly. Earthen Fury. Semi-priming requires the channeling and corporeal manifestation of ether contained within a dominant's body. In Hugo Kupka's case, this produces crystalline formations that act as reservoirs to be drawn upon to provide the energy needed to maintain the priming, as well as to cast magics and effectively wield iconic abilities. However, such appendages may be forcibly separated from an injured semi-prime dominant, preventing the reabsorption of the ether contained within. Finally. He's done. Destroy it. Come on. Die! Three down. 3 mother crystals down. Doesn't it sound like something's getting hurt when those things die? Well, there's Kupka. He's dead. Used all of it. Ow, ow, no, no, stop! You. Who are you?
Is that you, Ultima?
What do you want?
Your soul is tainted with worthless human will, yet
Eh?
your thirst for power remains undiminished.
What?
With every sip you take, you grow in strength, and soon you shall achieve perfection.
What are you talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, agreed.
You will accept us, Mythos. It is inevitable.
Could you stop calling me Mythos?
You were created for this purpose, and you shall serve it.
Stop.
Never!
What? Please go away.
Don't let him in!
Joshua? Leave me alone.
Consciousness. We see now. Human will is so insubstantial it cannot exist in isolation. You mitigate its weakness by interweaving it with your consciousness.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but can you leave me alone?
We believed we had merely to purge you of your will to claim our vessel. It appears we first have to sever every thread of the consciousness that supports it. No matter. The we will contemplate.
What? Oh. Okay. I don't understand, but at least we're okay. Eh? The Phoenix's feather. Hmm.
Thank you, Joshua.
Hey, Torgal. Welp.
One can no more command the power of ether by drowning in its flood than one can constrain the tides by standing in the sea.
Hmm.
I had thought Hugo wiser than this, but it seems his head was full of rocks after all.
Hmm.
Titan was strong.
Eh?
Your Majesty.
Oh.
But Mythos is stronger.
This guy.
For 5 years, that man lived only for revenge. Clinging fast to a fiction, even as it swept him into the abyss. One cannot change one's nature through force of will alone. Only the Almighty can do that.
Hmm.
Hugo Kupka, the man who gave his life for a woman's head. A fool like all the rest.
Hmm. Eh?
That the death of a mother crystal should be so beautiful.
Hmm. From stone to sand. Holy Order of the Knights Dragoon. This is back with Dion, right?
Some medicine, my lord?
Oh, this poor kid has been everywhere, it feels like.
I have salves, potions, anything you need.
Stop bothering me, urchin, or you'll feel the back of my hand.
You must consider your health, my prince. If a show of force is needed to keep the Dalmex at bay, you may trust in your dragoons. I beg you to call on Bahamut only as a last resort. His strength comes at too great a cost.
Hmm.
The Empire agreed to an armistice with the Republic, and yet the Emperor still plots its ruin.
Hmm.
For now, the Dalmex suspect nothing, and as long as I can hold their gaze, war need not be inevitable. But more than that, Bahamut is the champion of the Empire. When our people look to the heavens, the sight of him gives them hope.
Hmm.
Forgive me, Terence.
No.
Would that you were my master. But alas.
I will always be your loyal servant.
Mm-hmm.
Should the Council's brazen maneuvering prompt the Republic to tear up their own treaty and launch a new assault, our
Our soldiers would advance to meet them, cutting across the Central Isles, but not in time to prevent their forces from breaching the southern defenses and storming Twinside. And so the capital would become a battlefield. Thousands of innocents would die. I cannot allow that to happen.
Good. Don't let it then.
There is one small mercy, at least. You will not be forced to do battle with Titan.
Yeah? Titan's dead.
Avoid doing battle at all.
1,000 pardons, Your Highness.
Yeah.
What is it?
Titan's very dead. And, so is Kupka.
Olivier has been made emperor.
What? What? The kid?
What is the meaning of this?
My father's orders. What were they? Quickly! Yes, Your Highness. His Radiance requests that Your Highness maintain position here and...
I don't think you should have angered the guy who can summon Bahamut of all things.
Terence.
Yes, my prince.
I must go to the palace.
I'll ready your steed.
What is it now?
Oh, Joshua!
Forgive the intrusion, Your Highness.
I know you. At ease. We stand in the presence of the Phoenix. You wouldn't want to get your fingers burned.
Yeah?
I hope I'm not interrupting.
What's your plan here?
Though I admit, I did not expect such a distinguished guest.
How many years has it been since the Remembrance ceremony? 20?
I thought you long dead. Do I address a ghost?
Well, considering your friend can see him, you know.
Told me that I look like one.
What?
But no. I'm alive. Just.
Flower.
Prince Dion of the House Lesage. I have a tale to tell you.
We don't get to hear it! What bull? Alright. That's 3 mother crystals destroyed. Why is it so quiet? Is it just because it hasn't started up yet? Okay. Don't give me a scare like that, damn it, game. I swear I thought the game was implying that something had happened to the base again. So wait, if I try and teleport out, what happens? It lets me. Let's do story for a bit, and I think I'll end after progressing with the story enough to where it asks me to go back out. Oh no! Another mother crystal gone.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border.
And Jill! And Gav! What's up?
Clive, you're back.
I am. And with glad tidings for once. Hugo Kupka is no more.
Well, I'll be.
He's gone.
All of our comrades who lost their lives back at Sid's place be smiling down at you right now.
No.
We had a stolus from Lubor saying Drake's Fang had fallen. I expect that was your doing as well, was it?
Correct.
It's a long story.
I wasn't trying to, but
History books, I'll bet.
I kind of had to be done. Hey, Jill.
It's good to be back. You look better.
I feel it.
Good.
Which means I'm coming on your next little adventure.
Hey.
You're not leaving me behind again.
Wouldn't dream of it.
All right.
Otto, any word on the Royalist movement since I've been away?
Shouldn't you be putting your feet up? If you really want to know, go and have a word with Vivian.
Thank you. I will.
All right. Vivian.
Ah, the conquering hero returns. And with hardly a scratch on him.
I may have picked up one or two.
Yeah. Her.
Well, the fact that you came straight to me instead of visiting our resident physiker suggests that you picked up something more important. A scent.
Indeed.
The scent of Waludas.
You're already ahead of thing.
But whatever plans Kupka was hatching with the Royalists, he took them to his grave.
Yeah.
As did his men. Slaughtered by the orcs who'd taken over the Fang. Orcs, Vivian. I've never seen such creatures in Storm before. The Waludas must have ferried them over from Ash, but why? Why work to rescue Kupka only to invade his home, the mother crystal of an allied nation, and let both fall? It makes no sense.
Do you know the tale of the blind men and the Adamantus?
What?
One can often be led astray by focusing too closely on individual details. One must instead see the bigger picture. And what bigger picture is there than my map?
All right, give us the laydown.
The kingdom of Waloed claims dominion over all of Ash. It is a nation forged by the bloody conquest of Barnabas Tharm, the dominant of Odin.
Oh,
The Canvarian
Barnabas.
War of Independence in 849. The Battle of the Twin Realms in 865. The Battle of Belinus Tor in 873. Wheresoever his armies fought, Odin was found where the fighting was fiercest. But of late, the warrior king appears to have laid his sword to rest.
Oh.
Battle rages for control of the crystalline dominion. Yet Tharm sends not a single ship in support of his Dhalmekian allies. Meanwhile,
Curious.
the Blight ravages great swathes of Ash.
Jeez, oh Pete.
Yet warlike Waloed shows not the faintest interest in laying claim to untouched lands.
Weird.
So why go to the trouble of sending an army of orcs into the heart of Drake's Fang, only to make no attempt to claim the Mother Crystal for Waloed? It can hardly be for lack of men. Tharm's armies rival any in the Twins. No. We have not seen the last of the Waluda standard. Odin will ride again. It is but a question of when. And
Oh.
on that day, who will be trampled underfoot?
Hmm. Odin.
In summary, I know not to what end the royalist betrayed Kupka.
In essence, I don't know.
That it is part of some broader scheme. A scheme tied to the ambitions of one man.
Barnabas?
King Barnabas.
Yeah.
But there is no need to wallow in confusion. If one is to cure a sickness, one must first identify the symptoms. And your Lord Uncle has volunteered to do just that by keeping an eye on the Royalists' movements.
Well, thanks, Byron.
He's really throwing himself into this.
He's been helpful.
Indeed he is. Which means all that remains for us to do is await his reports. Well, not quite all in your case.
Eh?
The people of the Hideaway must hear the news. Justice has been done. Hugo Kupka is dead. The wounds he left that night are still raw, especially for those who lived with Sid the longest. Tell them that those wounds might finally begin to heal.
Yeah.
Consider it the price of today's instruction.
All right.
I've never known you to be sentimental.
What can I say? I am only human. And we are, all of us, sentimental animals at heart.
Fair enough.
Suppose we are. Very well. I'll go and spread the word.
Take care. All right. So speak with Karen, Blackthorn, and Harpocrates. Let's start with Harpocrates, because he's at the end. Well, actually, we can go back. We can start from here back.
Welcome home, Clive. I was hoping you'd be back soon.
Thanks, Goots. Blackthorn.
Blackthorn. Do you have a moment?
What is it? I'm busy.
I wanted to tell you that Hugo Kupka is dead.
I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to hear those words.
Oh.
This is it then. A new beginning under a new Sid.
Yeah.
I'll try to live up to the name.
Oh.
What do you need?
By the way.
What do you want?
Enhancer.
No scratches, right?
Grindstone. Why can't I just make a second?
Anything else?
All right. Karen.
Well, someone looks pleased with himself. It's true what I'm hearing, then.
Nothing escapes you, Lady Karen. It's true. Kupka is dead.
No more looking over our shoulders, then.
Yeah.
Good. I'm starting to get a crick in my neck. Don't let it go to your head, though.
I won't. Harpocrates! I've news.
Ah, Clive. Have you come seeking the gift of knowledge?
Sure.
No. To share mine, actually. Hugo Kupka is dead.
Oh my. Can it really be true?
Look, he's crying. He is. Big baby.
And with good reason, children. These are tears of joy. We must
Aww.
offer up a prayer to your parents that the heavens might weep with us. There shall be no lessons today, only thanksgiving and merrymaking. Go, put away your things.
Aw.
All right. Brilliant.
That's sweet.
Finally, a new dawn has broken.
It has.
Thank you, Clive. I cannot wait to share the good news.
Harpocrates. After Kupka fell, Ultima came to me.
Yeah.
I need to know what he is. Have you learned anything?
Alas, no. And not for want of trying. I have scoured nigh every historical tome in our collection and found nothing. Not even the sort of conspicuous absence that might suggest a concealment of fact. One is almost tempted to conclude that such a creature never existed.
But I saw him. With my own eyes.
I don't doubt that you did. Alas, it seems you are the only one who has. To others, he reveals naught. We see only that which he leaves in his wake, like some terrible force of nature beyond the ken of mortal man.
The bringer of death.
Whether the Ultima you met with was the being itself, or merely another projection of its power, I know not. But until I do, my investigations shall continue.
Thank you.
It means a lot. Right. Let's see if Otto has anything else for me.
I think I'm actually going to go ahead and end it here. A lot done, and I do have to do one small thing. And, yeah. This was an insane episode dealing with freaking Kupka. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and, hope to see y'all later. Peace!